Chapter 2865, Too Inefficient. Chapter 2865, Too Inefficient. Yi Yuan and W. A. and Ji Yen were currently chatting when Feng Xiaotian suddenly shouted, "Brothers in the city, those who know Formation Dao, please gather below the southern city wall." I know too. City Lord Feng needs us. Let's hurry up. Virtually instantaneously, those powerhouses who knew Formation Dao flooded towards the city walls one after another. Yi Yuan witnessed what was called 100 responses to one call. Being able to serve Feng Xiaotian seemed to have become a kind of glory. I'm not going to continue talking to you any longer. I'm a grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master. City Lord Feng is summoning people. I need to go. Finished saying W. A. N. G and ignored Yi Yuan and ran in haste. This level of grand array naturally did not need grade 5 Heavenly Formation Masters originally, but now Feng Xiaotian was clearly making a Hail Mary effort too. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and joined those Heavenly Formation Masters too. Brother Yi is actually a Heavenly Formation Master too. When W. A. N. Ji Yen saw that Yi Yuan came over, he could not help being very surprised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I know a little bit." W. A. N. Ji Yen nodded and said, "Emin, it's a crucial moment now. Those who have money offer money. Those with strength exert strength. Later, you follow me. You can ask me anything that you don't understand." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank Brother W. A. N. G very much." Very soon, 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters gathered below the southern city walls. There were grade 5 and grade 6 experts. As for grade 7 and grade 8 Heavenly Formation Masters, those already belonged to the top powerhouses. They were all repairing the grand array on the city walls. Feng Xiaotian cupped his fists to everyone and said, "Brothers," everyone saw it too. "The city wall's city protecting grand array is badly damaged at present, almost paralyzed. The blood race is attacking us more and more frequently. In at most 5 days, they will make a renewed effort after failure. Without the city protecting grand array, it will be very hard for us to guard South Qi Giant City. Therefore, this Feng needs everyone's help." Those Heavenly Formation Masters immediately replied, "Serving City Lord Feng is our honor." A hint of reluctance flashed across in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, and he gave a deep bow to the 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters. The cultivation realms of grade 5 and 6 Heavenly Formation Masters were too low. There was a tremendous risk when repairing this kind of grand array that approached origin level. A single misstep, and they would be drained dry by the origin power contained in the grand array. But at this time, Feng Xiaotian had no other choice either. Yi Yuan could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This place was really different. Feng Xiaotian merely gave a yell, and 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters stepped forward resolutely, without even a trace of hesitation. This was simply unimaginable in the extreme medicine sect. This was life-threatening. This Feng will be counting on everyone. Feng Xiaotian said with a choke, "City Lord Feng doesn't need to be courteous. This is our responsibility." Everyone said in unison. Got to admit, Feng Xiaotian was very charismatic. His every movement and action gave people an amiable and approachable feeling. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could tell that Feng Xiaotian attached great importance to his men, and it did not seem to be hypocritical. Very soon, there were many grade 7 Heavenly Formation Masters that came over and brought these 1,000 over people away. The parts that grade 5 and 6 Heavenly Formation Masters could repair were not many, but there was strength in numbers. Their partic, 1 P. Asian would speed up the restoration of the grand array. 1 grade 6 Heavenly Formation Master. Bring along 10 grade 5 Heavenly Formation Masters. The 10 of you grade 6 Heavenly Formation Masters follow me to assist me in repairing the Grand Array. Whatever I make you all do, just follow. Make sure not to act on your own. Understood? A grade 7 Heavenly Formation Master arrived in front of Yi Yuan and the rest, and he directly picked out 110 people and left. The others were the same too. This way of division could reduce the casualties to a minimum. This seat has already divided this piece of grade 7 Heavenly Formations formation base. The 11 of you will be in charge of this area. Remember, you have to be super careful. Make sure not to make any mistakes. The grade 6 Heavenly Formation expert who brought Yi Yuan said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Qi Li." This person was called Lu Yi. He was quite successful in the aspect of formations. With regards to Qi Li's order, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to it. He had already started to size this majestic, heaven-shocking grand array up and down. Yi Yuan had similarly seen before many array formations with tremendous power in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's records. His knowledge and experience could not be mentioned in the same breath as these people. This city protecting Grand Array was an extremely complicated interlinked Grand Array. Furthermore, it touched Origin Realm and was only a step away from a true Origin Grand Array. An interlinked Grand Array was not what a grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master could set up. It must have been jointly produced through numerous Heavenly Formation Masters. This Grand Array was linked to the Absolute Heaven Barrier, sealing off all paths of retreat. If the blood race wanted to breach the Absolute Heaven Barrier, there was only breaking through South Qi Giant City. It was just that South Qi Giant City had experienced a series of fierce battles. The power of this Grand Array was long already less than a tenth. After experiencing the previous battle, it was even more ruined now. It could be seen from this how terrifying the battle before they came was. Arg! Suddenly, a miserable cry came over, startling Yi Yuan awake. A grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master was already devoured by the Grand Array. However, the others did not even turn their heads around. It was not that they were numb, but that they had to race against time. In South Qi Giant City, dead people were really something that was all too normal. Sorrow, this kind of emotion, was the most useless. If people died, then the debt had to be repaid in blood. Repairing the Grand Array meant that they could kill more bloodkins, and they would be able to avenge everyone. Kid, what are you still in a daze for? In South Qi Giant City, there's no time for you to grieve over losses. Hurry up and get to work. Lu Yi shouted coldly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, "Repairing like this, forget about 5 days. Even if it's 50 days, it can't be repaired entirely at all." Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly, thinking to himself that this new kid really had a lot of C.R.A.P. The adults still did not know whether or not it could be repaired entirely. Was it your turn, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, to speak? That's not something that you should worry about. You just care about repairing. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of taking action. He just said, lightly, these over 1,000 people aren't even enough to fill the crevices between the teeth. After the people die out, it's impossible to finish repairing too. And the repaired Grand Array will still be too weak to stand up to a single hit. This way, we're purely wasting time. Lu Yi exploded the moment he heard it and said with a cold smile, "Oh, then you mean that we're resigning ourselves to doom here? New kid, I don't care where you're some bulls. H.I. plus T genius from. In South Qi Giant City, just obey orders. Are you doing it or not? If you're not doing it, hurry up and get lost for your father." Yi Yuan did not get angry and just said coolly, Give me an hour. I think I can repair the formation base here by myself. What Yi Yuan was referring to was the range of these 110 people and not their 10-people range. The array formation that these 110 heavenly formation masters were working on reached several tens of thousands. Even if they did not sleep or rest, it simply could not be repaired without a day's time. Now, Yi Yuan actually shamelessly boasted that he could finish repairing in an hour by himself. Was this not a joke? Lu Yi laughed from extreme fury and said, "Kid, I think that you're not here to repair the grand array, but here to cause trouble, right? Get lost. I don't have the time to listen to you boast here." Ji Yin also did not think that Yi Yuan could boast so much. Did you freaking specifically come to South Qi Giant City to posture? But you did not know that this place was not a place to posture at all, right? There was only killing and obedience here. Yi Yuan, here isn't the extreme medicine sect. You got to judge the situation when you're boasting, all right? Ji Yin urged. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I'm not boasting. Whether or not it can be done, the outcome will be seen in an hour. Also, I hope that everyone can stop. Repairing like this will only cost lives in vain. It's too inefficient." Ha! Boy, what high-sounding sentiments. These 1,000 people stopping for an hour. Do you know how much work is going to be delayed? Can you afford to bear this loss? Yeah, even the grade 9 heavenly formation master over there, Master Ziyang, can't help it. Are you, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, more impressive than him? Hurry up and get lost. If you keep messing around and delaying everyone's time, we'll directly send you on your way. For a moment, everyone's spearheads pointed at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2866 Breathtaking Repair. Chapter 2866 Breathtaking Repair. You mean that over 1,000 of us heavenly formation masters here, including a bunch of grade 8 and grade 9 heavenly formation masters, are not even as good as you, a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Lu Yi looked at Yi Yuan and sneered coldly. If you did not brag, then it was me who was boasting? A punk who had just arrived was uttering wild ravings, truly ignorant. Lu Yi was already prepared to make a move and send Yi Yuan off. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively wanting to reveal his ident. One, Tai as he Gemin Cloudmount's disciple. But that way, everything would become meaningless. He would not be able to continue staying in this South Qi Giant City too. Suddenly, his gaze glimpsed the Feng Xiaotian in the distance. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and he shouted, "You're right! I'm not targeting anyone. The heavenly formation masters here are all Tras. Plus clearly don't need people to die, yet you insist on using human lives to stack it up. What are you all if not trash?" One speech shocked the entire city. Everyone put down the work in their hands and looked over here. Among them naturally included Feng Xiaotian too. Hearing this, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Where did this boy come from, being so arrogant? Lu Yi was stunned. This kid really dared to continue. Ha ha ha. Ignorant thing. I think that you're simply here to cause trouble. The restoration of the entire grand array has been delayed by you alone. You deserve death. Lu Yi laughed with extreme fury, and his aura exploded and was about to exterminate Yi Yuan. Stop. Right at this time, he was stopped. The one who shouted at him to stop was precisely Feng Xiaotian. Lu Yi hurriedly bowed and said, "City Lord Feng, this boy is deliberately disrupting the restoration of the grand array. This lowly one was just about to kill him, carry out capital punishment." Feng Xiaotian waved his hand and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Little brother, this place is the battlefield. You mustn't shoot your mouth off. If you can't do it, not just you, the sect behind you shall also suffer a great wrath." When Yi Yuan saw Feng Xiaotian come over, he could not help letting out a sigh of relief. His judgment was indeed not wrong. The former posturing sentence was in order to attract everyone's attention, and the latter sentence was the crux to move Feng Xiaotian. He cherished his men very much. Actually, he was not willing to send these people to death. If there was a way that did not let these people die, and could also repair the Grand Array, he would naturally be willing to use it. Although he also knew that this possibility was very low, in reality, Feng Xiaotian knew better than anyone that 5 days was not enough at all. If these over 1,000 people died, they would have died in vain too. But even if the Grand Array was a fraction stronger, they would be able to kill a few more bloodkins too. Was using 1,000 people to exchange for 2,000 bloodkins worth it, or not? Of course it was worth it. This was a last resort that could not be helped. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I'm willing to write up a military writ. Give me an hour. I'll restore this whole stretch. If I can't do it, I'll atone for my crime with my death. City Lord, Your Excellency, this boy is completely causing confusion in the morale of the troops. How can he, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, possibly do it? Yeah, City Lord, Your Excellency, stop talking nonsense with him. Time is being delayed by him. This boy might be the blood race's spy, and, oh, Body believed Yi Yuan's words at all. Too nonsensical. One person doing the work of 100 people. Furthermore, it only needed an hour. Boasting was not done like this. However, Feng Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "For the sake of everyone's safety, this city lord is willing to gamble once. Even if I'm tricked, I won't hesitate either." Yes, he was completely gambling, because even he himself also did not believe that Yi Yuan could do it. But he was willing to gamble. There were far too many people who died. A single less death, that was good too. It was also precisely this Kampa S. Shown for ordinary soldiers that made his prestige in South Qi Giant City extremely high. South Qi Giant City's cohesiveness and combat power were also extremely shocking. Feng Xiaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "There's no need to write up a military writ. If you trick us, this city lord will personally send you on your way." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and came right in front of a damaged stretch of Grand Array. Interlinked Grand Arrays were exceedingly complicated. Forget about a measly little Grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master. Even if it was a Grade 8 Heavenly Formation Master, it was hard to see through it too. These restoration works all had Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Masters designate an area first with a few small-scale array formation demarcated before they could complete it. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was also composed of one small array element after another. Those low-level Heavenly Formation Masters could not see through it, but it did not hinder them from repairing the Grand Array. It was because these large formations were being analyzed little by little until in the end demarcated into some Grade 5 and Grade 6 small array formations. This was like an assembly shop. Each person was in charge of their own production processes. When all the pipelines were finished, the Grand Array would naturally be completed. These low-grade Heavenly Formation Masters did not need to understand how these parts were produced. They just needed to install them. The ones who truly understood, all these were the Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Masters. This region's restoration that Yi Yuan was going to complete, the difficulty was not just the workload of 100 people. He even had to understand the principles of this entire area, and he was only Grade 5. These Heavenly Formation Masters were insiders. They naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could complete the restoration. Yi Yuan did not make a move to repair, but started observing the formation bases in this region, looking like a professional who knew what he was doing. This scene naturally incurred a series of ridicules. Lu Yi smiled coldly and said, "Putting on an appearance. Forget about this load of 100 people. If he can complete one person's load, your father will go straight to the Blood Race's camp to kill the enemy." Qi Li also said disdainfully, "City Lord Feng has Kampa S. shown for his subordinates. How benevolent. It's just that this kid is completely wasting everybody's time." Hoo-hoo, he already looked for 15 minutes and only looked at such a tiny bit. I want to see how he completes the repair within an hour. Yi Yuan just continued looking like this. After looking for very long, he did not have the intention of making a move either. Logically speaking, this kind of restoration did not need to comprehend array formation at all. Yi Yuan's way of doing things was completely unnecessary in the eyes of the others. Furthermore, didn't repairing need time? Such a complicated array formation, even if it was Pa, R, S, Ed, until it was just grade 5 heavenly formations, that also required a huge amount of time to repair. Along with the Pa S Sage of Time, everyone believed more and more that Yi Yuan was purely talking nonsense. Feng Xiaotian also shook his head unwittingly. Sure enough, was it still a failed bet? This kid was just a little talented. Then he had grandiose ambitions without real ability and engaged in empty talk. It seemed like it was really the case. However, he himself also did not harbor any hope. No? Outside of the absolute heaven barrier, the Blood Race army was currently gathering. This time, the Blood Race was prepared to take down South Qi Giant City in one stroke. Blood Promise. This Blood Race army's commander-in-chief was an Origin Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse. He had already fought with Feng Xiaotian for several hundred years. In the battle that had just ended, they paid the price of 13 Emperor Sakra Heaven deaths and forcefully riddled the city, protecting Grand Array full of holes. Hence, the Blood Race army gathered once more. They planned on bringing work to completion in one stroke. Absolute Heaven Barriers Pa S. Sageway only had a very small gap. They were unable to send too many powerhouses in. But time after time of wearing away, South Qi Giant City was finally tottering on its feet too. This time, this seat is going to perform a remarkable feat without equal. As long as we connect South Qi Giant City's Pa S. Sageway, our Blood Race will be able to reinforce troops to the Absolute Heaven Barrier without ceasing. Absolute Heaven Barrier won't be far from collapse too. Blood Promise was somewhat boiling over with excitement at this time. Having fought fiercely with Heaven One Continent for several thousand years, they finally saw the dawn of hope. And the crucial battle was being realized by him. How could he not be excited? Congratulations, Great Emperor, Your Excellency. Felicitations, Great Emperor, Your Excellency. The subordinates gave their congratulations one after another. At this time, a figure returned. Blood Promise was filled with lofty sentiments as he said with a smile, "Is there any activities at South Qi Giant City?" That subordinate said, "Lord Blood Promise, South Qi Giant City has stopped repairing the city, protecting Grand Array." Blood Promise said in surprise, "The city protecting Grand Array is their lifeblood. How can they possibly give up?" The subordinate said, "It's absolutely true. If Your Excellency doesn't believe it, you can go over and take a look. It has already stopped for an hour." Blood Promise laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Is this Feng Xiaotian indeed giving up? It looks like he has already come to his senses. The city protecting Grand Array no longer has the possibility of restoration. This seat won't give him the chat. 5 days. This seat only needs 5 days, and I'll be able to recover to my peak state. In order to breach the city, this seat is going to expend 1 heavenly blood bead." An hour Pa S said in a twinkle. At this time, Yi Yuan was only left with the last 15 minutes. The surrounding jeering already became enraged, cursing him. 1 hour had been forcibly delayed by this fool. Why don't you go and die? Amidst countless cursing voices, Yi Yuan suddenly made a move. One stream of divine essence after another was injected into that damaged grand array without the slightest trace of stopping. Those who were weaker could not even see Yi Yuan's movements clearly. Too fast. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Were you here to be a freaking joke? Who repaired grand arrays like how you're repairing? Repairing the formation base required deducing the surrounding array elements bit by bit and repairing it little by little. This was a colossal project that took a lot of time. But you're not even looking? In less than 100 breaths of time, Yi Yuan already fired out G. Oh, D knows how many streams of divine essence. Then, he pointed at the void. That stretch of grand array was instantly lit up. Motes of array elements emerged again. This finger was like the Midas touch. Those heavenly formation masters discovered to their astonishment that the array elements had actually already linked up together at goodness knows when. The array elements were activated all at once. And then the formation base was consolidated, finally letting this large stretch of array formation be completely repaired. Too stunning. This move was like playing a game of Go. It was as if Yi Yuan's moves previously were all planting foreshadowing. Then the final move completely linked up his large dragon into one, instantly activating the whole thing. This kind of means was simply fantastic. If it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master, accompli H.I. Plussing this was not hard. But Yi Yuan was merely just a grade 5 heavenly formation master. He did not even understand the grand array. How did he do it? At this moment, the over 1,000 heavenly formation masters present were dead silent. They even discovered that the region that Yi Yuan repaired was far greater than the area that he promised before. This was also to say that he alone used an hour's time to complete the load of 100 over people. This efficiency was simply divine. Could it be that this guy was a grade 9 heavenly formation master to begin with, and that he just concealed his strength? Impossible. This move, even a grade 9 heavenly formation master, could not do it too. Even if it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master, they would need to deduce it little by little too. Of course, their speed was on a completely different level than low levels. Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said, "This guy S.N.A.T.C. had all the limelight again." Ah! When can it my Lord Qing's turn to steal the limelight? Chapter 2867, 100,000 Strong Army. Chapter 2867, 100,000 Strong Army. Little, and Master, how did you do it? This kind of restoration is unheard of. Shock was written all over Feng Xiaoyan's face. Even his term of address changed. He had already been at South Qi Giant City for 3,000 years. This city protecting Grand Array had been damaged and repaired and damaged. Gee. Oh, D knows how many times already. The grade 9 heavenly formation masters that came to maintain the Grand Array died, and were replaced, and then replaced, and died again. But Feng Xiaotian had never seen before such a breathtaking restoration method. Lu Yi and the rest had already completely shut up. He only felt a chill run down his spine. F***CKme, what have I done? I nearly throttled a major savior. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "City Lord, your excellency doesn't have to be like this. This is just a small trick. Putting it bluntly, it's actually nothing. Everyone wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with one slap. You even freaking scared grade 9 heavenly formation masters until they said their pants. Could you not posture? What kind of existence was Feng Xiaotian?" He immediately discerned Yi Yuan's underlying meaning, his entire body trembling as he said, "You mean that this sort of heaven-defying means can be disseminated?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Of course. Otherwise, Why did I make them all stop? Feng Xiaotian sucked in a breath of cold air, immediately feeling wild elation. Over 1,000 people using this kind of means to restore the grand array at the same time. What kind of terrifying efficiency was that? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Feng Xiaotian gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, "Master, please impart this technique. If we stop the blood race, you'll be South Qi Giant City's #1 meritorious official." Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Feng Xiaotian up and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, mustn't be like this. The brothers are resisting the blood race here, with almost certainty of death. Why would this Yi cherish my own belonging? That's of little value. This technique is called Lesser Origin Restoration Art. It's specifically used for repairing large-scale array formations." Hang on. You're saying this is the Lesser Origin Restoration Art? Beside Feng Xiaotian, Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master, Wang Fan, had shock written all over his face. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Precisely so." Wang Fan similarly drew a breath of cold air and said, "Legends have it that the Greater and Lesser Origin Restoration Arts were created by the #1 formation Dao Hegemon back then, Hegemon Luo Tian. It's ever successful in repairing array formations. But this technique has long already been lost for many years. Little brother, you actually let it see the light of day again?" Actually, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's demise back then was a tremendous loss to the entire 33 heavens. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's road to rise accompanied slaughter and accompanied plundering back then. Countless precious books, treasures, all had been collected by the Labyrinth Divine Palace. But in the wake of the Labyrinth Divine Palace's demise, many precious treasures were all buried in the dust of history. This Lesser Origin Restoration Art was one of them. Mi Tian said that the truly formidable one was the Greater Origin Restoration Art. However, the Greater Origin Restoration Art should be hidden in the real Labyrinth Divine Palace. Yi Yuan only obtained the Lesser Origin Restoration Art, but the Lesser Origin Restoration Art was also a great tool to repair large-scale array formations. This secret art normally did not have much use, but it was definitely incomparably sharp. The so-called Lesser Origin Restoration Art was actually a kind of algorithm. No matter how complicated the array formation was, there would always be rules to laying down formations. And the Lesser Origin Restoration Art was the technique that made use of damaged array formations to calculate the rule of laying down the formation. As long as one found the rule to set up the formation, and then proceeded to repair the array element nodes inside, the array formation would be restored naturally. Of course, talking about it was simple, but without exceedingly formidable means in Formation Dao, one absolutely could not find the rules involved. Only by comprehending the source and standing at an extremely high level to lies countless array formations could one find a suitable restoration art that could be used universally. Therefore, while it was simple, to really do it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just like 1 + 1 = 2, this was the mathematical problem that everyone knew. But to understand why 1 + 1 = 2 would be an extremely terrifying idea, even if it was a top mathematician, it was hard to solve it through immeasurable effort too. Since time immemorial, there was only Hegemon Luo Tian alone who reached this level of attainment. Therefore, after the Labyrinth Divine Palace fell, this set of techniques had also been lost. Presently, this set of lost techniques saw the light of day anew, stunning all the formation path masters. That was also something within reason. Hence, Yi Yuan began imparting the Lesser Origin Restoration Art. This thing was like a formula. As long as you learned it, you could just nest it in. Of course, there were difficult areas too. Just as how to apply the formula nimbly was also a knowledge. One had to know heavenly formations were not mathematically formulas. Its complexity even said the level of astronomy. Even if heavenly stratum powerhouses were all immensely formidable, it also could not be learned in a short while. This process roughly needed 3 days. However, a beard lathered was half-shaved. These 3 days' time would naturally be worth it. At this time, there was already no one who felt that Yi Yuan was talking big to impress people anymore. Those who cursed Yi Yuan before were all extremely embarrassed. As said, especially Lu Yi, he was immensely regretful in his heart. Coming before Yi Yuan, he slapped his own mouth ruthlessly. He nearly caused a great disaster. If not for City Lord Feng having a sharp eye for discovering able people, then he would really have handed the chance of victory this time over to the blood race with both hands. Then he would really be the sinner of the entire Heaven One continent. The news of the restoration of the Grand Array being at a standstill was sent back to the blood race like the wind. Great Emperor Blood Promise even personally went to the absolute heaven barrier and looked at South Qi Giant City from afar. Sure enough, everything stopped. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The entire South Qi Giant City did not have any activities. However, he also saw that countless powerhouses flooded into South Qi Giant City. Clearly, the rear had reinforced a lot of forces. South Qi Giant City was already prepared to put up a desperate fight. But without the city protecting Grand Array's protection, when had their blood race been afraid of anyone before? But when it reached the 4th day, the restoration of the Grand Array started again. Hearing this news, Blood Promise burst out laughing. Could it be that this Feng Xiaotian went mad? 5 days' time. Used up 3 days for no reason. Now there are only 2 days left, and he ran back to repair the Grand Array? What can 2 days be enough to do? Blood Promise naturally knew this city protecting Grand Array like the back of his hand, too. Forget about 2 days. Even if it was 20 days, it was insufficient to repair it too. Therefore, he was ridiculing Feng Xiaotian madly. This troublesome opponent finally panicked. As for the progress of the restoration, they were unable to judge it. On the one hand, they could only observe from a distance. On the other hand, if the Grand Array did not erupt with power, they could not feel it too. This was unless they came near the city. Only then could they feel the Grand Array distinctly. 5 days later, the Blood Race army was finished gathering. This time, they gathered a 100,000-strong army. This number was already the limit that the absolute heaven barrier could withstand. Anymore, and the absolute heaven barrier would rebound. Cruce. Plussing all of these ants. Of course, outside of the absolute heaven barrier, those hegemon realms were all being tied down. Otherwise, if they took the initiative to attack, a 100,000-strong army was not even enough to look at. Blood Promise stood in front of the army with an imposing appearance. Children, today, it's finally the day where we'll breach the absolute heaven barrier. As long as we take down South Qi Giant City, we'll be the blood race's heroes. At that time, all the glory will fall on us. This seat will break through to hegemon realm, and you all will also soar to the heavens in one bound. Success or failure hinges on this one action. Blood Promise was filled with lofty sentiments as he said, "Great Emperor is mighty. The blood race will definitely win." The tsunami-like voices echoed around the periphery of the absolute heaven barrier. Now, you all follow this seat and trample South Qi Giant City flat. Trample South Qi flat. Trample South Qi flat. Trample South Qi flat. The blood race's momentum rose to the pinnacle. They all already knew that Feng Xiaotian had already given up on the city protecting Grand Array. The Heaven One alliance without the city protecting Grand Array was too weak. The 100,000-strong army charged into the absolute heaven barrier in mighty contingents. Chapter 2868, Divine Battle. Great victory, without equal. Chapter 2868 Divine Battle. Great victory, without equal. In the sky above South Chi Giant City, it was densely filled with figures. Feng Xiaotian took the lead, his face full of solemnness. There was only an army of 60,000 behind him. These few years, the blood race's powerhouses grew more and more, and South Chi Giant City's expenditure increased more and more. The troop replenishment also gradually slowed down. The blood race's battle tactic was very simple: use numbers to swarm you to death. This time, there were only 5 short days. South Chi Giant City seriously had no time to replenish the troops. With 60,000 versus 100,000, this was a very awkward comparison. The blood race was strong to begin with. Even fighting 1-on-3 was normal. But now, they used 60,000 troops to face the blood race's 100,000. Without the enhancement of the Grand Array, it was really hopeless this time. In the army of 60,000, the people's faces all carried a solemn and tragic expression, as if brave warriors who would never return. They did not know that the Grand Array was already almost finished repairing. Feng Xiaotian told them that the Grand Array was already completely crippled. It was useless. The 60,000-strong army could only forcefully resist the blood race's 100,000 elite soldiers. Therefore, these people were all already harboring the determination of certain death to fight to the death with the blood race. But actually, the Grand Array was only a step away from restoration. As long as these thousands of people unleashed the Lesser Origin Restoration art simultaneously, the city protecting Grand Array would be finished repairing instantly. Not repairing, it was suggested by Yi Yuan. Seeing as how the Grand Array was about to be finished repairing, everyone, including Feng Xiaotian, were beside themselves with joy. But Yi Yuan suddenly suggested to stop repairing the Grand Array, because once the Grand Array was repaired, that tremendous undulation could not be concealed. At that time, the blood race would be on guard. With the Lesser Origin Restoration art, letting the Grand Array be completely repaired was merely a blink of an eye. So at this time, making them suffer from their own scheme was the best strategy. One want to win a big one. Listening to Yi Yuan's words, Feng Xiaotian instantly calmed down. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. What a formidable boy! When everyone fell into a frenzy, he could maintain his cool and plot to maximize the fruits of the battle. Furthermore, this kind of operation was without the slightest flaws. Even if the blood race racked their brains, they absolutely could not think that they could completely repair this near-collapsed city protecting Grand Array within a short 2 days. Ha ha ha! Feng Xiaotian, looks like you already have some awareness. This seat has coveted your blood for a long time already. 2 armies standing facing each other. Blood Premi's heroic spirit surged to the sky. Around him, just the Emperor Sakra Heaven experts were more than 30 people. And on Feng Xiaotian's side, there were only 8 people. For the sake of this great battle, the blood race could be said to have brought out all their elites. Different from the Heaven One Alliance, the blood race had as many powerhouses as clouds. They were blocked by the absolute heaven barrier and unable to devote their full combat force at all. In the great battle 5 days ago, the blood race lost more than 10 Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses, finally destroying the city protecting Grand Array. And this time, Blood Promise transferred over all of the elites that could be mobilized. In this battle, he was determined to succeed. Feng Xiaotian said disdainfully, "Vanquished foe, how dare you speak bravely?" The 2 people had fought no idea how many times. Feng Xiaotian firmly suppressed Blood Promise. It was just that because of the blood race's special characteristics, Feng Xiaotian could not kill his opponent at all. Blood Promise did not get angry either and said with a snicker, "Feng Xiaotian, You're also just relying on the city protecting Grand Array to indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue. Now, the city protecting Grand Array has already been destroyed. This seat wants to see what you still have to be arrogant. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the air and shouted, "Even if we fight until the last soldier, we absolutely won't let you all take half a step into the absolute heaven barrier too. Brothers, what should we do? The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die. The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die. The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die." The air teemed with the aura of slaughter. They no longer had any paths of retreat. They were only risking their lives to kill a path out, this murderous aura that surged to the sky. Even Blood Promise was visibly moved by it too. He suddenly realized that this would likely be an unprecedentedly tough battle today. In the past, the South Qi army had the city protecting Grand Array and would not be hopeless like today. But today, they only had the path of cutting all means of retreat to take. Feng Xiaotian looked at Blood Promise and said with a cold smile, "You saw that, Blood Promise? Wanting to open up the absolute heaven barrier. Step over our dead bodies." Blood Promise's gaze turned dark, and he flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Then we'll step over your corpses. Children, follow this seat and trample South Qi." Under his word of command, the 100,000-strong army had blood energy surging to the sky, dyeing the sky red. In this 100,000-strong army, they were all elites among elites. How shocking was that commotion! Feng Xiaotian did not move. This was because the Blood Race army had not entered the range of the Grand Array yet. Heavenly Stratum powerhouses moved extremely fast. Even if it was an army of 100,000 people, Russ, plussing to the city was merely an instant too. In a blink, both sides clashed together in close quarters. And in the next second, Yi Yuan lightly made a hand gesture. Over 1,000 heavenly formation masters started using the Lesser Origin Restoration art at virtually the same time. Rumble, the city protecting Grand Array, was finished repairing. The time was grasped perfectly. The city protecting Grand Array instantly gave off a dazzling light, enveloping the 100,000-strong army fully. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted. The power of the city protecting Grand Array had increased. As South Qi Giant City's city lord, Feng Xiaotian was all too familiar with the city protecting Grand Array. After years on end of warfare, and the Grand Array being constantly repaired, the power was actually already less than 1/10 of its heyday. But now, the Grand Array had recovered at least 70% of its power. This was too terrifying. The Lesser Origin Restoration art was too impressive. Yi Yuan was too awesome. Because Feng Xiaotian knew that even if Yi Yuan imparted the Lesser Origin Restoration art to everyone, his efficiency was still dozens of times higher than the others. The load of Yi Yuan's soul restoration could match 100 people's amount. He alone practically did nearly 20% of the workload. Without Yi Yuan, even if there was the Lesser Origin Restoration art, it was also impossible to completely repair it, and it was even less likely to let the Grand Array recover 70% of its power. Blood Promise's face turned green. He lifted his head to look at the sky in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. The city protecting Grand Array was fully repaired within 2 days. Furthermore, the power of the Grand Array increased by a great deal. Was this a miracle? How did Feng Xiaotian do it? How many Blood Race powerhouses had fallen in order to wear down the power of the Grand Array? Just the Origin Realm powerhouses had no less than 100 people who died. Now, you're telling me that the Grand Array was completely restored. Didn't that mean that all of our people who died, for so many years had all been in vain. ILFUCKU, countless painstaking effort, countless battles, countless deaths. In the end, it was actually all for naught. Blood Promise was going crazy. However, he no longer had time to be shocked. No one was more clear than him about the power of this interlinked grand array. He felt that all the blood in his body was about to explode. It was over. In the next second, countless flames, lightning, ice, falling rocks fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In the grand array, these terrifying attacks seemed to have eyes, all landing on the Bloodkins. Suddenly, miserable cries were continuous. No matter how strong these low-level Bloodkins were, they died upon contact. Under such power, they did not have time to revive at all, and were directly obliterated. South Chi Giant City became a purgatory once more. The 60,000-strong Heaven One army looked at this scene before their eyes muddle-headedly, completely stunned. Wasn't it agreed upon to fight to the death? Wasn't it agreed upon that the grand array was crippled? Wasn't it agreed upon to drain the last drop of blood? We had not even freaking made a move yet, and the blood race already had more than half dead or injured. But in the next instant, everyone went crazy. They looked at Feng Xiaotian, their gazes full of fanatical wars. I+P. Indeed, this is our omnipotent G. O D of war. 2 days. We only used 2 days and completely restored the city, protecting Grand Array. This is simply a miracle. City Lord is mighty. Heaven One Alliance is mighty. City Lord His Excellency is omnipotent, mowing down all resistance. Miracle, divine battle. This is Heaven One's most brilliant victory ever. Heaven One army had already gone completely crazy. It was just that the hero in their eyes, their gazes landed on another person at this time, their gazes full of fanaticism. Yi Yuan created an unprecedented miracle. This time was different. Outside the Grand Array, the blood race could continuously deplete the Grand Array and wear down the army. But once they fell into the Grand Array, what awaited them would be a saker. Heaven gave the blood race a powerful bloodline power. Then it would also strip them of other abilities. The blood race was extremely weak in Formation Dao and Alchemy Dao, these great Daos. Otherwise, they also would not have spent several thousand years in front of the absolute heaven barrier. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning fell, directly bombarding on Blood Promise's body. His aura instantly withered significantly. At this time, he was breaking out of the encirclement frenziedly, wanting to charge out of the Grand Array crazily. His strength was too strong. Origin powerhouses. Even if it was the city protecting Grand Array, it was hard to obliterate him too. Feng Xiaotian's gaze turned intent. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he shouted, "Brothers, let's create an unprecedented divine battle together. Follow me and kill together." Kill! The battle cry of the 60,000-strong Heaven One army shook the heavens. Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master, Wang Fan, brought a group of Grade 8 Heavenly Formation Masters and were currently controlling the Grand Array vigorously. The Heaven One army was like fish in water inside the Grand Array. They did not show the slightest leniency, killing the blood race powerhouses wantonly. Motherf *Ker, your father has never killed so satisfyingly before. Ha ha! Awesome! Awesome! How is this killing people? This is simply killing pigs. Blood race B. ASTARDS. You guys have today too? Ha ha ha! Your father is going to kill all of you. Heaven One army's powerhouses were all satisfied to the extreme. Under the cooperation of the Grand Array, the blood race powerhouses could not stand up to a single blow at all. They had never killed the blood race, so satisfyingly before. This was S, sacred to their heart's content. In the past, even if there was the help of the city protecting Grand Array, they were unable to obliterate the blood race thoroughly too. So each great battle, the blood race would have many wounded but few deaths. Could not beat, just directly retreat. They could not do anything at all. While on Heaven One's side, if they died, they would really be dead. But today was completely different. This was a one-sided slaughter. Feng Xiaotian slammed a punch-out, directly killing an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse. Awesome. Too satisfying. Killing Emperor Sakra. Heaven's like killing dogs. Yi Yuan, you're really too remarkable. Blood promise. Didn't you want to drink my blood? Don't run. Amidst the loud laughter, Feng Xiaotian chased after him. Chapter 2869 Victory Report. Blood race trembles. Hegemon's raising eyebrows. Chapter 2869 Victory Report. Blood race trembles. Hegemon's raising eyebrows. The current blood promise lost his soul and was quaking in his boots. Quickly stop Feng Xiaotian. Blood promise shouted at the top of his voice. Hence, another 3 Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses immediately came up to surround and block Feng Xiaotian. But in the Grand Array, how could they be Feng Xiaotian's match? After a few rounds, 3 people were killed by Feng Xiaotian. Blood Promise took this chance and pushed through the city protecting Grand Array and fled for his life crazily. Blood Race B, A-S, T-A-R-D-S. Watch your Grandpa Ching's spear. Come on, bring it. Aren't you all very impressive? In the army, Yang Qing's long spear killed until the blood race did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Under Emperor Realm, they were not opponents that could last one exchange with him. Big Yellow, Xiao Qing, and Jing Fei were also killing the enemy frenziedly. Yi Yuan joined the battle too, collecting the blood essence of the blood race. Such a fine opportunity, Yi Yuan naturally would not let it go. This battle fought until heaven and earth dimmed, blood flowing like rivers. Blood Promise was killed several times, but he revived each time. But even so, he suffered huge losses this time too, and it would be difficult to recover again within a short time. The 100,000-strong blood race army had less than 1,000 people who escaped. Heaven One is mighty. City Lord is mighty. The shouting was akin to a huge wave, shocking heaven and earth. This was an unprecedented great victory, a great victory that was to one's heart's content. However, not long ago, they were still in despair. This great reversal was really satisfying until their souls left their bodies. 100,000 troops completely annihilated. That's an army of 100,000. I feel like I'm dreaming until now. Ouch, what did you hit me for? Too satisfying. Really too awesome. City Lord Feng is truly a celestial deity that descended to the mortal world. It's been a few thousand years, right? In 108 cities, Heaven One Alliance had countless casualties, but we have never experienced before such a great victory with accomplishments that surpass SES ancient and modern times. We won. Talking until the back, many people burst out crying. Heavenly Stratum powerhouses all had strong state of minds. The scene of tens of thousands of people weeping was simply unimaginable. Everyone cast fervent gazes toward Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the firmament, overlooking all life as he raised his fist, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "We won. 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 Won." Everyone raised their hands and shouted. Feng Xiaotian made a hand gesture as he said agitatedly, "Brothers, you all are mistaken. The one who created this miracle isn't me, Feng Xiaotian, but him." His hand pointed at Yi Yuan in the crowd. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of gazes focused on Yi Yuan simultaneously with a whoosh. Everyone was shocked. Saint Sovereign Heaven, Ji got to be joking. I know that various brothers have doubts in your heart, but in this battle, Yi Yuan contributed the most. The city protecting Grand Array really couldn't be restored anymore. It was Yi Yuan who brought the long-lost lesser origin restoration art that let the Grand Array be completely restored. Yi Yuan's formation path attainments is transcendent. He alone completed 20% of the workload. When the Grand Array was about to be repaired, it was also him who reminded this city lord to let this city lord draw the bow but not discharge the arrow, luring the enemy deep in. Actually, Yi Yuan told me before that he doesn't want this credit, but I, Feng Xiaotian, can't take his credit. Without lying to everyone, even if I knew that the Grand Array could be repaired, I also never thought that there could be such an Estones. Plus in great victory. But that moment when the Grand Array was repaired, I was stunned. The city protecting Grand Array actually directly recovered to 70% of its peak power. Therefore, this unprecedented great victory was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Feng Xiaotian voice echoed, his voice spreading throughout the entire South Qi giant city. Whose? Plus in an instant, countless voices erupted. Heaven One Army's powerhouses were all shocked to the extreme. A Saint Sovereign Heaven dictated the entire war situation? Too crazy, too inconceivable. But they knew that Feng Xiaotian would not lie. His matter was absolutely true. Where did this guy pop out from? In their impression, only hegemon realms, only origin Emperor Sakra heavens. Only such existences could dictate the war. But who could have thought that an ant-like Saint Sovereign Heaven actually made 100,000 bloodkins lose their lives at South Qi Giant City? A total of 100,000 bloodkins. In the past, it was not that South Qi Giant City had not fought with an army of 100,000 bloodkins before. But South Qi Giant City paid the price of more than 100,000 powerhouses' lives in order to repel the blood race. This was even under the circumstances of having the city protecting Grand Array. However, today they annihilated the blood race's 100,000-strong army with virtually zero casualties. Master Yi is awesome. Master Yi is mighty. The 60,000-strong Heaven One Army raised their hands and cheered again. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of full of shock and full of pride. In his panic, Blood Promise heard South Qi Giant City's yells. He could not help being taken aback. Who was Master Yi? Facing this scene, Yi Yuan was quite helpless. He really did not want to steal this limelight. Who knew that Feng Xiaotian, this fellow, was actually so forthright? By the side, Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan with envy. The limelight was S-N-A-T-C, head up by you alone again. Are you all blind? Didn't you see Sovereign Azure Sky rampage in all directions? Above the void, one black and one white figure stood proudly in the sky. Edgeless, you're too weak. If not for me, we really might not have been able to breach South Qi Giant City. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man looked in the direction of the absolute heaven barrier and laughed loudly without ceasing. Edgeless was the hegemon realm who was closest to South Qi Giant City. The reason why South Qi Giant City became a human world purgatory was that his strength was too weak. He was weak. The absolute heaven barrier around him was not strong enough. The gap was naturally the largest too. The 9 great giant cities were actually guarded by the 9 weakest hegemon realms. And Edgeless was the weakest among the 9 people, like the absolute heaven barrier that was guarded by hegemon Cloud Mount. The Pa-S sageway that was left behind could at most only let 10,000 people Pa-S S through at the very most. Even if the blood race had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would be difficult to open up a gap from his place 2. Therefore, the blood race virtually placed all of their energy on the 9 great giant cities. Among them, South Chi Giant City was the most important. South Chi Giant City's capture was near at hand. Eugene was naturally in a great mood and made digs at Edgeless. When the blood race sieged a city, there must be a hegemon realm to restrain. Otherwise, if Edgeless made a move, no matter how many people it was, it could only be death too. However, they already formed a tacit agreement between themselves long ago that they would not take the initiative to attack. This was because the blood race could not gain any advantages in front of the absolute heaven barrier. Edgeless' expression was very ugly. He was burning with anxiety in his heart too. He was naturally clear about South Chi Giant City's situation. He blamed himself. If not for him, South Chi Giant City would not have fallen into enemy hands. But he really did his best already. Once South Chi Giant City opens, our blood race army will be able to enter the absolute heaven barrier continuously in endless streams. At that time, the absolute heaven barrier will exist only in name. The blood of all you hegemon realms will be ours sooner or later. Edgeless, are you very anxious right now? Do you feel very desperate? Right, it's this expression. Ha ha ha. Reproach yourself for your incompetence. The absolute heaven barrier is merely a mantis trying to stop a cart. Hegemon Eugene mocked without restraint. He was full of joy in his heart. Their blood race's hegemons held deep-seated hatred towards the absolute heaven barrier. Now, seeing this situation, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, a blood light flashed in front of him. A phantom appeared. This person was precisely Blood Promise, who escaped with his life. This was Blood Promise's message. Hegemon Eugene smiled lightly and said, "Blood Promise, you did well. This seat only asks you this. Has South Chi Giant City been slaughtered clean?" Blood Promise's expression was like his mother had died. Kneeling down with a thud, he said with a quiver, "Lord Eugene, we failed." "What? What did you say?" "Impossible. The city protecting Grand Array has already been destroyed. Even if 100,000 pigs were sent in, it's also impossible to fail, right? Blood Promise, you're courting death." Blood Promise's words were seemingly like a loud slap, slapping until Hegemon Eugene felt his head spin, his eyesight blurring. Hence, he became incredibly furious. When a hegemon was enraged, heaven and earth would change colors. On the other side, Hegemon Edgeless was similarly stupefied, his gaze full of astonishment. How was this possible? Feng Xiaotian actually blocked it, but the army did not seem to have entered the absolute heaven barrier for very long. Blood Promise quivered even harder, and he said, It's the city protecting Grand Array that had a problem. The city protecting Grand Array wasn't damaged at all. Feng Xiaotian lured us into the Grand Array and instantly activated the Grand Array. South Chi's city protecting Grand Array recovered to its peak power all at once. Our army of 100,000 has been virtually wiped out. Talking until the end, Blood Promise's voice was already akin to an ant's. But Hegemon Eugene heard it all. An army of 100,000 bloodkins was completely annihilated. Bang! The phantom in front of him directly exploded and dissipated without a trace. Eugene's fury could already immolate heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! Eugene, I'm very weak, but our Heaven One is akin to having providential help. Army of 100,000 completely annihilated. This time, you probably also can't give an explanation after you return to the clan, right? Sorry about this. You most likely won't be able to drink this seat's blood. Edgeless laughter reverberated throughout the heavens. Really satisfying. An army of 100,000 bloodkins was completely annihilated. When did our heaven one achieve such a terrifying great victory before? That was right. It was terrifying. This victory sounded like it was simply a fantasy tale. Too horrifying. Killing 100,000 bloodkins. What kind of concept was that? The more furious Eugene was, the better he, edgeless, felt. These days, he had really been oppressed badly. Thank you, South Chi Giant City. Thank you, Feng Xiaotian. It was just that beyond the ridiculing, he was also very confused in his heart. He was still aware of how much ability Feng Xiaotian had. This punk had the chance to advance to hegemon, but to talk about Formation Dao, he really did not have this ability. Just who on earth was it? To actually do such a major thing that had the ability to rule the world? Ha ha ha! What a stinking brat. The big gift that you gave Master is really too surprising, really too satisfying. Seeing the battle report that was sent over, Hegemon Cloudmount was extremely delighted below true sovereign heaven, all annihilated. Emperor Cloud Heaven Bloodkins, more than 2,000 killed. Emperor Vast Heaven Bloodkins, more than 400 killed. Emperor Sakra Heaven Bloodkins, 28 killed. The battle report that came from South Chi Giant City simply set the world on fire. Although he did not know what happened in South Chi Giant City, he knew that Yi Yuan must have done it. Apart from him, there was no one else. He knew that Yi Yuan went to South Chi Giant City. When he got the extreme medicine sex message, he was still worried about Yi Yuan's safety. South Chi Giant City's situation was very bad. He was very worried too. Who knew that such a piece of a Stonies? Plus in good news was actually transmitted over. Chapter 2870 Blood Imitation Pill. Chapter 2870 Blood Imitation Pill. Old Fogey Cloudmount, you really accepted a fine disciple. Old thing, this time, your father really has to hand it to you. This battle is satisfying. Old Fogey Cloudmount, this time, you can show off however you like. In the absolute heaven barrier, the hegemons felt an upsurge of emotion too. This kind of unprecedented great victory had never been experienced since the rise of the blood race. Too satisfying. These 100,000 blood race elite soldiers were absolutely not expendable to the blood race too. After this battle, the blood race had to dial it back too. Who said that your father is going to show off? Humph. This punk just came to Heaven One continent for a few years. The contributions that he rendered are even greater than your father, this hegemon realm. No can do. Your father has to go beat him in case he becomes kier than ever. Swaz. Plus a stream of flowing light flew out. Hegemon Cloudmount's clone flew straight for South Chi Giant City. The faces of the group of hegemon realms immediately turned black. This was called not showing off. If I couldn't beat you, I'd definitely press you, this old thing, on the ground and rub up and down. Yi Yuan, you're saying that we lost at the hands of a measly little saint sovereign, heaven? Hang on. Why is this name a little familiar? In the blood G. O. D. Temple Lord W. A. N. G's face was somewhat stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that the truth would actually be so surprising. Originally, South Chi Giant City finally opened up a Sageway, and Lord W. A. N. Jizwa was very happy. Who could have thought that 100,000 elites actually went and never returned? He was somewhat unable to accept this result. A battle that was a certain win actually ended being defeated so thoroughly in the end. The important thing was that the blood race completely did not know whose hands they were defeated at. Feng Xiaotian? Absolutely not. The blood race was too clear about how much capability Feng Xiaotian had. Hence the blood G. Oh, D Temple activated Heaven One Continent's intelligence system and finally knew everything. Yi Yuan. This name appeared in front of Lord W. And Jizwa, the blood race's intelligence chief, said. Lord W. And G's were remembered correctly. The defeat in the Battle of Northern View City was precisely because this Yi Yuan came in between. That's why we fell short of success at the last step. Lord Bloodsky is also seriously wounded and haven't recovered because of him. Lord W. And G's gaze turned cold, revealing some killing intent. These 2 times were both the blood race's strategic victory. It was actually ruined in the hands of a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Unprecedented humiliation. The chief knew that Lord W. And Jizwa had killing intent aroused. Have you figured out why South Cheese City protecting Grand Array would suddenly recover? Lord W. And Jizwa said in a solemn voice. The chief said, we figured it out. It was Hegemen Luo Tian's lesser origin restoration art. It's said that this lesser origin restoration art landed in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's hands in the end. So this subordinate guessed that this boy might have very likely obtained the Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance. Lord W. And G's pupils constricted, his gaze full of shock. Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance. These few words seemed to have magical power. The super great sect that swept across the heavens back then. Even he, this royal bloodkin, was extremely moved by the Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance too. In addition, Heaven One Alliance has already imparted the lesser origin restoration art all round to the 108 cities. In the future, if we want to open up a Pa-S Sageway, it will likely be even harder. The chief could not help feeling a headache. Originally, the blood race had already seen the dawn of the absolute heaven barrier being breached. Who knew that they would actually return to before liberation overnight because of Yi Yuan's sudden emergence? Freaking H-E-L-L. Who to reason this out with? Lord W. And G's were mused for a moment and said in a solemn voice, inform the Dark Knight to kill Yi Yuan at any cost. The chief's gaze turned intent, being extremely shocked. Dark Knight consisted of bloodkins lying low in Heaven One Continent. It was also him who was responsible for liaison with Dark Knight. His information also came from Dark Knight. It was too difficult for the blood race to want to slip into Heaven One Continent through the absolute heaven barrier. Hence, each one in Dark Knight was very precious. Lord W. And G's was actually disregarding all costs for the sake of a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. If Yi Yuan strayed outside, that would still be fine. But if he kept hiding in South Chi Giant City, the price of wanting to kill him would be too great. Feng Xiaotian was not to be messed with. What? You want to go out of the absolute heaven barrier? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Hegemen Cloudmount nearly bit his tongue off. Are you freaking kidding? Your father doesn't even dare to go out. And you want to go out? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, it's been a few thousand years. The blood race is getting stronger and stronger, but we know nothing about them. At this rate, it's very bad for us. If my guesses are right, you all are already under tremendous pressure now, right? More than tremendous. It was simply Mount Tai Cruz, plussing down from above. Having obtained 2 continents, the blood race acquired countless blood. This was their capital to become strong. In these few thousand years, the blood race gave birth to 5 hegemon realms. Heaven One Alliance did not have a single one. Not only did they not have any 3 hegemon realms even fell in these few thousand years, with one declining and the other rising, the absolute heaven barrier was actually in a precarious situation already. At this rate, the blood race's hegemon realms would get more and more. Even if Heaven One's hegemons joined hands, they would not be the blood race's match anymore as well. At that time, it would be true despair. Hegemon Cloudmount had a black face as he said, "This has nothing to do with you. What you have to do now is to devote yourself to cultivation and grow your strength. Even if you break through to Emperor Sakura Heaven, it will be of tremendous help to the Alliance too." This boy was already unbelievably impressive at just Saint Sovereign Heaven. When he reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, Cloudmount simply did not dare to imagine it. Perhaps he would be the blood race's nightmare. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger of defeat. We know absolutely nothing. It's very dangerous. Only I'm the most suitable to infiltrate the blood race." Hegemon Cloudmount's mouth curled, and he said, "The blood race's aura is very unique. After you go out of the absolute heaven barrier, you'll immediately get recognized. The blood race must have already learned about South Chi Giant City's matter. I think that they would love to have you walk right into a trap at this time." Yi Yuan smiled, and suddenly the aura on his body changed. ABLOODY, an evil aura emerged from his body. This aura was actually identical with the blood race. Seeing Ghost. If not for that Yi Yuan was still chatting with him earlier, he would definitely have smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap right now. Hegemon Cloudmount's eyes became wide saucers, and he said in disbelief, How did you do it?" The blood race's aura could not be imitated at all. That kind of aura was derived from bloodline, derived from each cell. Even if it was a hegemon realm, they would not be able to sneak into the blood race too. Otherwise, the Alliance would have long sent people to infiltrate the blood race. But Yi Yuan actually did it. A heavenly pill appeared in Yi Yuan's hand, and he said with a smile, "This is called blood imitation pill. After taking it, one will be able to change their aura from the inside out. Even the blood race will find it hard to discern too. TSK, the blood race's blood essence is indeed good stuff." During these few years, Yi Yuan collected some blood race blood essence. He naturally would not give up on the research. The blood imitation pill was one of the results. Hegemon Cloudmount stared at the pill dumbfoundedly. There was indeed only Yi Yuan who could do this. But sadly, this thing was useless to him. His cultivation realm was too high. "All right, since you've already decided, I won't stop you. However, the blood race is different from Heaven One. You have to be careful." Hegemon Cloudmount said in a solemn voice. Chapter 28, 71 Delivering Heads. Chapter 28, 71 Delivering Heads. The South Chi Giant City, after the battle, entered a rare period of peace. On a dark night with strong wind, several figures floated into the city Lord Manor. The black-clothed person asked in a solemn voice, "You are sure that Yi Yuan is in the courtyard?" A human knelt as he said, "Yes, master. Yi Yuan has frequently been coming in and out of Feng Xiaoyan's manor these few days. Just in the evening, this slave saw with my own eyes that Yi Yuan entered the courtyard and never came out. That large yellow bull would never leave his side. Today's no exception either." The black-clothed person said with a strange laugh, "Jeej, after this boy dies, he can be sufficiently proud. In order to kill him, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, our Dark Knight mobilized 4 Emperor Vast Heavens and 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens this time. Master is wise. Feng Xiaotian seemed to have calculated that we're going to ambush Yi Yuan, so he sent a Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse to protect Yi Yuan closely," the human said. The man in black said with a laugh, "Ha! Feng Xiaotian calculated everything and also can't calculate that we actually planted so many blood slaves in South Chi Giant City." The the black-clothed person, Blue Ash, was an Emperor Sakra heaven upper echelon of Dark Knight. In Dark Knight, every powerhouse was extremely precious. Each time they sent these Dark Knight members into Heaven one continent, they would have to pay a terrible price. This was because the grand array in the cities was connected to the absolute Heaven barrier. If they wanted to enter, they had to go through the cities. Therefore, wanting to supply Dark Knight, they must launch a large-scale war. Imagine how great the difficulty it was for Dark Knight to break through the city protecting Grand Array and Heaven one army. The blood race had clear distinctions from other races. Although the human race was unable to imitate the blood race's aura, it was similarly difficult for the blood race to imitate the aura of humans too. But the blood race could plant blood marks in humans, turning them into blood slaves. These Dark Knights gathered intelligence through one blood slave after another. However, South Chi Giant City's screening was extremely strict. It was very hard for blood slaves to get in. South Chi Giant City did not have many blood slaves. In order to let these blood slaves into the city, Dark Knight spent a huge amount of effort. However, these blood slaves' strengths were not strong, and their status was not high. They were unable to gather some core secrets. But this time, they were finally put to use. Blood slaves could directly summon bloodkins into the city through a special array formation, avoiding the inspection of the city protecting Grand Array. Of course, they would not use this kind of method unless it was a last resort. Once exposed, they would die without burial grounds. Therefore, in order to kill Yi Yuan, Dark Knight really put forth blood capital this time. 1 Emperor Sakra Heaven for Emperor Vast Heavens and 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. They were just for the sake of ensuring a certain kill in one strike. This was the full power of a hidden branch. Blue Ash made a hand gesture. 11 Emperor Realm powerhouses quietly headed for the courtyard that Yi Yuan was staying at. Yi Yuan's courtyard was quiet. In a side room, a powerful aura covered the entire courtyard. Blue Ash gave one of the Emperor Vast Heavens a wink, making them go to the side room to tie down that Emperor Vast Heaven. Meanwhile, the other 3 people would launch a certain kill strike against Yi Yuan. As for Blue Ash, he was here to let these people make a full retreat. Although his strength was not as good as Feng Xiaotian, bringing these people and escaping after killing Yi Yuan was an easy job. 3, 2, 1. Do it! Blue Ash shouted coldly. 3 great Emperor Vast Heavens immediately erupted with all their strength, with Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses taking action. How shocking was the commotion! Before the strike landed, the entire courtyard already turned into a pile of dust. The Emperor Vast Heaven protecting Yi Yuan was directly bogged down. Boom! Bluish's strike directly leveled the courtyard to the ground. But in the next moment, his eyes went wide. This was because Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly safe and sound. His full power blow actually did not even harm a hair of his. How is this possible? Blue Ash said in disbelief. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Blue Ash with a smile that was not a smile as he slowly opened his mouth, and said, Dark Knight really made an extravagant display. 1 Emperor Sakra Heaven. For Emperor Vast Heavens, 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. If you all die here, Dark Knight will feel great pain too, right? Wonder whether Lord W. A. N. Jizwa will stomp his feet in anger or not. As he talked, Yi Yuan's appearance and aura underwent an upheaval change. That aura even rose rapidly and actually directly reached Emperor Sakra Heaven. Bluish's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Feng Xiaotian! This is impossible. What I felt earlier was clearly Yi Yuan's, right? Feng Xiaotian smiled, and his fingertips bent lightly. A little void sword suspended in his palm. The aura of that little sword was exactly the same as Yi Yuan's. Reaching Bluish's realm, it was naturally impossible to identify the other party by their appearance, but it was possible through the unique aura of each person. Each person's Tao was different, so the aura on everyone's body was also completely different, completely simulating another person's aura. This was impossible, but Yi Yuan could. Before leaving, Yi Yuan forced out a wisp of Dao's sword and handed it to Feng Xiaotian. This Dao sword could perfectly conceal Feng Xiaotian's own aura and let him turn into Yi Yuan. It was for the sake of paying them back in their own coin. Sure enough, Blue Ash fell for it. Bluish's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief, "How can this be?" For the sake of the signation this time, he had already been doubly cautious. He did not expect that it'd still fail. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan could actually let others perfectly disguise as himself. Just how many tricks and trump cards did this guy have? Feng Xiaotian smiled and said, "Your current expression is exactly the same as mine back then. Hoo-hoo, since you came, stay behind. What in the world is going on? Who can tell me what the H-E-L-L is this?" In the blood G-O-D temple came Lord W-A-N-G's was bellow. Yes, he was furious. The entire hidden branch was completely annihilated. One emperor, Sakra heaven. For emperor vast heavens, 7 emperor cloud heavens. In order to let these people enter heaven 1, how much price did he pay? But now it was directly gone. The key thing was that Yi Yuan was not dead. The next day, Yi Yuan swaggered around in South Qi Giant City again. That appearance was clearly telling the blood race, "I'm not dead." Even being hundreds of millions of miles away, W-A-N-G's had a feeling like he had been slapped too. This was because the order to kill Yi Yuan was given by him. If not for his order, it was impossible for Blue Ash to have moved out in full force. But in the end, all were completely wiped out. What was even more aggravating was that after the second day, Yi Yuan was even more arrogant until he directly went out of the city. Furthermore, he only brought 1 Emperor Vast Heaven Guard. He seemed to be saying, "Come on, kill me." W-A-N-G's order had not been rescinded yet. Of course, he had to be killed. Hence, several more waves of Dark Knight members came to raid Yi Yuan. In the end, still completely annihilated. However many came, however many died. In a short half a month, Dark Knight lost 2 Emperor Sakra heavens, 20 Emperor Vast heavens, and more than 70 Emperor Cloud heavens. Lord W-A-N-G's was completely mad. He had no choice but to have the chief send the order to stop the raid on Yi Yuan. This was freaking simply delivering heads. Chapter 2872 Registration. Chapter 2872 Registration. Haha, Yi Yuan, your alchemy skills are really divine. We're walking openly in the city like this, and body recognizes us. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Yang Qing, and he said crossly, "I say, can you be low profile or not? Do you know that there are Emperor Realm powerhouses nearby eavesdropping?" Yang Qing said without a care, "What the H-E-L I do Emperor Realm powerhouses count for? I'll be able to sweep away them before long." Yi Yuan gave him a glance, his mouth curling as he said, "Is that so? If you're so impressive, you must not need me to help you refine the Emperor Fate Pill." The moment Yang Qing heard, he immediately switched to a fawning expression as he said, "I'm saying I'm so impressive, but isn't it still all thanks to Master Yi? In the future, when I, Gem in Azure Sky, sweep across the world and reign supreme, you'll be the father of the Emperor." "Shut up." "Oh, humph. Just you be smug. After Lord Qing, I reach Hegemon realm. I'll definitely give you a good one. At this time, Yi Yuan and Yangqing, two people, had long already said through the absolute heaven barrier and arrived in a blood race city. The blood imitation pill was a heavenly sovereign level pill. Yangqing could naturally consume it too. The two people swaggered through the streets, but did not reveal the slightest flaw. Of course, there also would not be bloodkins who would think that there were actually people who could completely imitate their aura. This city was called Giant Net City, one of the blood race's largest cities on Heaven One continent. Yi Yuan, they all even obtained a piece of news. A new battle of sun selection would be carried out here. The blood race would select new Saint Sovereign 100 Sons and true Sovereign 100 Sons every decade. The most outstanding 200 bloodkins would be sent to the Blood D temple and be heavily groomed. Wanting to investigate the blood race's secret, entering the Blood D temple was naturally the best choice. However, the blood race's present territory already occupied more than 2/3 of Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. Their clansmen were naturally a lot. When Yi Yuan, two people, arrived outside the absolute heaven barrier, they were completely stunned too. The number of the blood race was seriously too many. The scale of their one city was often 3 to 5 times that of a Heaven One city. It was not that the blood race was extravagant, but that without this scale, they could not accommodate so many clansmen at all. The blood race propagated by splitting, the propagation speed extremely fast. Yi Yuan, two people estimated that the numbers of Heaven One's races added up probably could not even match up to 1/10 of the blood races. So many clansmen, no matter how low the chances of giving birth to powerhouses, the number could not be very low either. The blood race had 2 blood emperor level cities in Heaven One continent. Giant Net City was one of them. Giant Net City would select 20 of the strongest people and send them to Thundercry continent and Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City to undergo the final 100 Sons selection. Yi Yuan, two people, were aiming for this. The place to report was the battle hunting ground in the city. This place had a large-scale grandstand and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this time, all seats were occupied in the battle hunting ground. Each period's 100 Sons battle was the gluttonous feast of the entire blood race. It could be said to be followed closely by all the people. Therefore, the battle hunting grounds tickets would be hiked to a sky-high price every time. How many powerhouses were partic? 1p, aiding in Giant Net City's selection, 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, 1 million true Sovereign Heavens. This number looked scary, but actually it was nothing. This selection had no threshold. Anyone could take part, and the population that a Blood Emperor-level city had jurisdiction overreached as high as several tens of billion. Then why would the Saint Sovereign Heavens number just 8 million? Therefore, the majority of those who came to take part in the selection were very confident in themselves. Actually, this kind of selection was a cruel trial in the first place. Many Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were originally unknown, but in this kind of cruel selection, they grew stronger the more they fought, ranking in the 100 Sons. In the end, this kind of example was not in the minority. Of course, this number was really frightening when placed in the Heaven One Alliance. Over 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens. This was merely just the number in one Blood Emperor-level city. There were 10 Blood Emperor-level cities on Heaven One continent. Then the other 2 continents, those 2 continents were 2 complete continents. Enter your name. Name: Blood Azure. The Saint Sovereign Heaven in charge of registration issued a wooden card to Yangqing, engraving his name on it. Enter your name. Name: Blood Azure, Yi Yuan said. The registration person was taken aback and said, "You're called Blood Azure too?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "What's the problem?" The registration person shook his head and said, "No problem." Finished saying, he issued Yi Yuan a token too. The blood race had a lot of people with the surname Blood. There were naturally a lot of Blood Azure names too. It was just that these two people were called Blood Azure at the same time. It made him very surprised. One Saint Sovereign Heaven, one true Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, it looked like they were on very good terms. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan hatefully, Wisconsin H. I, plussing to tear him to shreds. This guy actually took on the same name as him. For this, he even flew into a thunderous rage with Yi Yuan. But of course, he was still suppressed by Yi Yuan in the end. Yi Yuan was Saint Azure back then. Now, when choosing a name, he naturally had to pick Blood Azure too. As for Yang Qing, he had Azure as his name to begin with. He naturally had to pick Blood Azure too. Hence, two Blood Azures appeared. Yang Qing shot Yi Yuan a hateful glare and said, "Punk, don't fail to enter the top 10. You'll disgrace Blood Azure, this name." Yi Yuan said coolly, "The one who should be worried should be you, right? If you can't get a spot, scram back to your hometown for me." Yang Qing said with a cold smile, "What a joke. If this sovereign gets second place, I'll immediately commit suicide." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Unfortunately, there are 10 Pa-S sageways. Otherwise, these 10 spots, I'll bag them myself." Failing to posture, Yang Qing was not willing to show weakness. He said, "Me too." These two people looked down on each other like body else was around, immediately drawing angry glares from a group of people. "These two are too freaking arrogant. Are you treating us as air? Ho-hoo, what high-sounding sentiments. A grand completion, true Sovereign Heaven. The other is even just Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Aren't the two of you scared to sprain your tongue when talking big?" Behind the two, one person said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan turned his head to look at him and said, "Coolly, talking big? Is a trash like you worthy of me talking big? Too narcissistic." Just who was the freaking narcissist? That person smiled coldly and said, "Trash? Ho-hoo, there has really never been anyone who dared to say that about me. You probably don't know who I am, right?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Not interested to know because that's meaningless to me." Hoo-hoo, reckless and blind thing, to not even know Brother Cho Yang. He has the strength to attempt for the 100 suns this time. I wonder which countryside this fool is from, thinking that he can still be number 1 after arriving at Giant Net City, UOT. Ha ha, what a joke. The things that he said, Brother Cho Yang probably doesn't even dare to say them. Stupidity is really the original sin. It's fine, it's fine. After entering the Pa-S Sageway, he'll be taught how to behave. Waves of mocking voices came from all around. Although there were 8 million Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, there were naturally quite a few who already had great fame too. Cho Yang was one of them. In Giant Net City, his strength was sufficient to rank in the top 3. He was a strong contender for the slots this time. In reality, these 10 spots were also probably being produced among those 20 to 30 people. Everyone had a score in their hearts. Even if there was a dark horse, it would also not be a measly little Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven's turn. Chapter 2873, number 1 Pa-S. Sageway. Chapter 2873, number 1 Pa-S. Sageway. Among 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, which realm had the most numbers? Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. This realm occupied the vast majority, and this realm was actually basically all cannon fodders too, occasionally amazing the world with a single brilliant feat, and being able to kill their way into the top 100 was already considered pretty good. There was no chance for the top 10 at all. This was because the powerhouses at the top of the pyramid were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens and half-step true Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, Yi Yuan's words were really very laughable. "Ho-hoo, kid, I remembered you. I'll choose the same Pa S, Sageway, as you. Cho Yang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold laugh. Yang Qing swept a glance at Cho Yang like looking at a fool and said to Yi Yuan, "This guy wouldn't be a moron, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "He's clearly an idiot. Talking with idiots will make you dumb. Let's 80. Yang Qing deeply felt that way too. Right, hurry up. After done talking, the two people left straight away and completely did not have the intention of paying any attention to Cho Yang. Cho Yang's face turned into the color of pig liver. King H. E. L. L. Too arrogant. Facing this scene, many people held the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune. Cho Yang followed. There's a good show to watch now. Cho Yang won't let him off. It turns out that seeking death is done this way. I'll follow that kid too. This good show can't be missed. Many people also followed Yi Yuan, two people, seeing which Pa S, Sageway he was entering. 8 million people, a moment of carelessness, and you would lose them. The entrances of true sovereign heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens were not in the same place. So very soon, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing were splitting up. Yi Yuan arrived at the Pa S Sageway entrance, and the guard said, "Entering from which Pa S Sageway?" Yi Yuan asked, "Which Pa S Sageway is the strongest currently?" The guard gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "The strongest at present should be the number 1 Pa S Sageway." Yi Yuan said, "Number 1 then." The guard was not long-winded either, directly sending Yi Yuan into the number 1 Pa S Sageway. Giant net cities powerhouses opened up 2 enormous CES in the battle hunting ground to carry out the 100 Suns selection. The fights in the CES would be presented in the battle hunting ground. Hundreds of thousands of people would be able to see them clearly. There were a total of 100 Saint Sovereign Heaven Pa S Sageways, 10 as one group. In each Pa S Sageway, only 100 people could enter the next level. In the end, the 1,000 powerhouses in a group would fight for 1 spot. This way of fighting was extremely cruel. Each 100 Suns selection, the casualties were virtually more than half in order to fight for these 10 spots. One had to know, even if the blood race was brutal, wanting to kill the opponent was very difficult too. But out of 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, it actually needed nearly 4 million people to die. It could be seen how cruel such a selection was. However, the blood race did not care. Their propagation ability was extremely strong and could nurture a large batch of powerhouses again very soon. But this kind of method that was the survival of the fittest could create a large batch of powerhouses. Therefore, the powerhouses that displayed their abilities and advanced to the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns, those were all true powerhouses, their strength extremely terrifying. Many of these people even had the strength to kill true sovereign heavens. When Yi Yuan killed 3 Saint Sovereign 100 Suns back then, it could be seen to what kind of extent his strength was formidable. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength grew significantly again. With regards to this level of selection, he naturally did not take it to heart. And this kind of selection, the strong who truly had faith in themselves would all choose the number 1 Pa S Sageway. That represented confidence and glory. Then why did Yi Yuan choose the number 1 Pa S Sageway? He wanted to kill. These people were all the blood race's seeded candidates, all future Emperor Realm powerhouses. Each one killed. Heaven One would have one more iota of hope. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the number 1 Pa S Sageway, Cho Yang's brows furrowed slightly. His strength was very strong, but if he entered Group 1, then he would have to fight to the bitter end with those few people. At that time, he really might not be able to get a spot. He naturally did not feel that Yi Yuan entered the number 1 Pa S Sageway in order to get a spot. He was clearly playing tricks to make him not dare to enter. As for Yi Yuan, as long as he did not fight to the bitter end after entering, there would not be a problem surviving. In the Pa S Sageway, if those who were scared to die hit at one side, no one would find trouble with you. But if you wanted to S, N, A, T, C, H the Pa S Sageway opening, then there would be countless people fighting it out to the bitter end with you. Clearly, Yi Yuan did not have that strength. Impressive. That kid actually went into the number 1 Pa S Sageway. Number 1 Pa S Sageway. That's where immortals fight. I heard that, blood true. Xue Hao, Himing, these big shots all entered the number 1 Pa S Sageway. If Chou Yang were to enter the number 1 Pa S Sageway, there's definitely no problem entering the next level. But it would be difficult to want to get a spot. He got slapped badly by that kid just now. If he doesn't go in, his face will be lost. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the number 1 Pa S Sageway, many who followed all started whispering to each other. Chou Yang's face turned into the color of pig liver again. D.A.M. It. This punk definitely did it on purpose. Chou Yang said hatefully. However, there were already quite a few people who followed after behind him. He already sent out the big talk just now. If he were to shrink back at this time, then he would really become a laughing stock. Hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "So what if blood true? Could it be that I, Chou Yang, am scared of you?" Finished saying, he immediately went into the number 1 Pa S Sageway. The grandstand immediately boiled over with excitement. Chou Yang entered the number 1 Pa S Sageway too. Terrific fellow. The number 1 Pa S Sageway is really where immortals fight. Counting in Chou Yang, there are probably half of Giant Net City's top experts who already entered the number 1 Pa S Sageway. It's really a death group. I heard that Blood True strength has likely already reached the top 50 strength of the 100 Suns. The others aren't bad either. Although there are only 100 Suns each time, those who get eliminated with the strength of the 100 Suns aren't in the minority. Yeah, at least Blood True, Xue Hao, Chou Yang, Himing, the few of them should all have hopes of winning this spot. Chou Yang few people were all-seated candidates. Their every movement and action attracted a lot of attention. At this time, great G.O.D.S. gathered in the number 1 Pa S Sageway. It completely ignored everyone's enthusiasm for watching the battle. Only this kind of battle was nice to watch. Only this was exciting. This money was not spent in vain. As for Yi Yuan, body paid attention to him at all. An upper saint sovereign heaven who would pay attention to him. Time slowly trickled by. 8 million people chose their Pa S Sageway one after another. The 100 Pa S Sageways were evenly distributed. If a Pa S Sageway was full, it would not be allowed to be chosen anymore. And in reality, the people who chose the first group's 10 Pa S Sageways were very few instead. This was because this was absolutely a death group. Even if you entered the top 1,000, it was very hard to fight for that soul spot too. There were too many powerhouses. Of course, there were also quite a few true powerhouses who opted for a tactical concession. After all, obtaining the slot to enter the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns was the king's way. Showing off momentary bravery here did not have any meaning. Just as those people said, many who had the strength of the 100 Suns were all eliminated in the end and even died. But the reality was so cruel. Obtain the 100 Suns spot, soar to the heavens in one bound. Failing to obtain it, fade into the crowd. It's over. It's over. I entered the first group. F asterisk CK, just a bit slow. It's hopeless now. Very soon, the selection of the Pa S sageways was completed. Many people were all lamenting the cause was lost. Entering the death group, they became hopeless. Chapter 2874 waited so long for you guys. Chapter 2874 waited so long for you guys. After Cho Yang entered the number 1 Pa S sageway, the pupils of Blood True, and the rest all constricted. Another formidable opponent came. Cho Yang, you actually came in too. He Ming came up and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why, you're allowed to come in, and I'm not allowed to enter?" Cho Yang said with a cold smile, "Ha, of course you're allowed, but with your cautious personality, we all thought that you wouldn't come in." He Ming said with a laugh, "Humph, I'm definitely taking this spot." Cho Yang said proudly. He had the confidence of a powerhouse, however. His gaze landed on Yi Yuan, BRIMMING with killing intent. The Pa S sageway had not opened yet. They were not allowed to make a move now. Otherwise, he would have immediately killed Yi Yuan. Seeing Cho Yang's gaze, it immediately drew the attention of those powerhouses who could not help looking toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Could it be that Cho Yang came in because of this upper saint sovereign heaven? Not to such an extent, right? With regard to these gazes, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious and closed his eyes to rest. He has enmity with you? He Ming asked in confusion. Cho Yang said, "If you heard what he said, you guys would also have enmity with him." This sentence successfully attracted the attention of the group of powerhouses. He Ming said in surprise, "Oh, what did he say?" Cho Yang recounted the matter at the registration area in detail from the very beginning, successfully increasing Yi Yuan's aggro value to 300%. Which of these people were not proud sons of heaven? Which of them was not incomparably proud? They would say that this slot belonged to me, but there was absolutely no one who would say these words. "I alone will bag 10 spots." These words were too arrogant and would incur public outrage. These heavens chosen were strong, but they would not be strong until the extent of incurring public outrage too. Forget about a saint sovereign heaven. Even if a true sovereign heaven was here, he would not dare to say so too. Especially the number 1 Pa S sageway. The strength of these proud sons of heaven did not pale to true sovereign heavens. So many people attacking together. Who could fend them off? What high-sounding sentiments. Ha, the Pa S sageway is about to open right away. I really want to see just how impressive this little brother is. Oh, right. Blood True, you likely can't get this spot. He Ming said with a smile. Blood True's strength was indeed slightly stronger than the others. Therefore, the likelihood of him getting the spot was the highest. Of course, it was also just a possibility. So many experts, there were too many variables. No one dared to say that they would definitely win. If it was one-on-one, that would be easy to say. Blood True did not even look at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Just a moron. You guys are stooping to his level too. Ha, that makes sense." "Idiot, aren't you going to provoke us?" He Ming said to Yi Yuan with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan ignored him and closed his eyes to rest. He was not so free. With this bit of time, using it to cultivate, using it to gain enlightenment on alchemy, Tao, formation Tao, what was not good about it? However, him ignoring these people was immediately thought of as being cowardly by everyone. Hoo, that kid is probably frightened silly, right? Doesn't even dare to talk anymore. Please, with close to 20 big shots, if it were you, would you dare to speak? If it was posturing outside, forget it. Entering the number 1 Pa S sageway, he can only submit. Makes sense. Being remembered by so many big shots, he'll really die in a while. Reckon that he'll be going crazy. This was a very large SPAC. Over 80,000 people were being shut in a crammed radius, being shrouded by a light screen. Before the passageway opened, they could not make a move. Otherwise, they would be directly killed. At this time, the two Emperor Sakura Heaven big shots of Giant Net City, Sumu and Bloodsword, were also both paying attention to the number 1 passageway. This place was often where the strongest one was born. Bloodtrue's first place is most likely in the bag. This kid is quite similar to you, Sumi said with a smile. Bloodtrue was Bloodsword's descendant. He firmly suppressed the others in Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was also Bloodsword's pride. Regarding this descendant, he also nurtured him with all his heart. Hearing that, Bloodsword said smugly, I estimate that Bloodtrue's strength can pretty much enter the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons top 20. This battle is merely child's play. Sumu's pupils constricted, and he said, That boy hit his strength? This fellow really hit so deeply. Bloodsword smiled and said, If he doesn't hide a bit of strength, how will he win when he reaches the Battle of 100 Suns? Ha! Those capable of going to heaven, absolute Blood Emperor City, are all true heaven's chosen. Sumu nodded and said, If he's really able to enter the top 20, then this seat's face will naturally feel a glow too. Bloodsword smiled and said, Stop pretending in front of me. Su Yun's strength can also take first place firmly among true sovereign heavens. The value of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons is still not as good as a true sovereign heaven in the end. This Su Yun was naturally Sumu's descendant. They had the backgrounds of Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses. Their strength was naturally extraordinary. Sumu smiled and said, The compet, one, tie-in between true sovereign heavens is even fiercer. Whether or not Su Yun can take first place is really hard to say. All right, it's about time to open up the passageways. Boom. The light screen above everyone's heads dissipated with a loud bang. At the same time, the passageways also directly opened. Everyone was very far away from the passageway. This distance was used to kill. However, even if one reached the passageway entrance, it could not be directly entered too. The passageway entrance was sealed. There was a mechanism on it. One should activate the mechanism 3 times in a row before the passageway could open. After someone entered the passageway, the passageway would shut again, and it would need to be opened once more. And this increased the intensity of the killing. Virtually right away, Cho Yong rushed toward Yi Yuan. He wanted to kill him at the first moment. Not just Cho Yong, quite a few Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses rushed over to this side. However, Yi Yuan already disappeared since D knows when. Where is he? He was clearly still here just now. *CK, at least you ran fast. Don't let your father run into you. Otherwise, I'll make you die horribly. Little b, ASTARD ran pretty fast. Cho Yong gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, with over 80,000 people, if one hid in the crowd, it was really not so easy to find. At this time, over 80,000 people had already collided together, flesh and blood scattering, being incomparably tragic. These top powerhouses formed their own circle. More than 20 powerhouses were frenziedly fighting a melee together. However, they did not use their full strength. It was just fighting who would be the first to enter the passageway. There was no need to go all out in this first round. The real killing was in the next level. At that time, that would be the real irreconcilable till death. After the first level was done fighting, it would give people an opportunity to exploit instead. Bloodtrue's skill was a level higher in the end. he still rushed out of the encirclement of several formidable foes to be the first. However, he could not shake everyone off. After all, there were no easy people here. First place is your father's. Blood true, you're not allowed to S. N-A-T-C-H it. Cho Yong drew his blade and hacked at Blood True frenziedly. His strength was really very strong. Even Blood True did not dare to underestimate Tu. However, before entering the Pa S, Sageway, the killing had not reached the peak yet. The Pa S, Sageway entrance was the meat-grinding field. Very soon, those over top 20 powerhouses rushed to the Pa S, Sageway entrance. Following that, they were stunned. A figure was unexpectedly at the Pa S, Sageway entrance. He did not enter the Pa S, Sageway either, and just stood there like that. Who could this person be if not Yi Yuan? It turned out that he had long already reached the Pa S, Sageway entrance. Seeing everyone come up, Yi Yuan said with a grin, "Just came, huh? I waited so long for you guys." Chapter 2875 Ants have no right to give up. Chapter 2875 Ants have no right to give up. Everyone's hearts trembled. This guy had such speed. No wonder he was gone in a blink of an eye. It seemed like this punk's wild arrogance was not without logic. It was just that they did not understand. He was already the first to reach, so why was he still staying here? The first to open the Pa S, Sageway. This was an incredible glory. However, Blood True also secretly let out a sigh of relief. Nearly failed miserably at a simple task. Waited so long for us. Ho-ho, boy, what are you trying to do? Cho Yong said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled with ill intent and said, "Nothing. I just want to tell you guys that other than me and, body can take a step into the Pa S, Sageway." The moment these words came out, over 80,000 people burst into thunderous laughter. "Were you freaking joking?" Cho Yong laughed loudly and said, "Blood Asher, is your brain spoiled? In the 100 Suns battle, there has never been only one person who makes it out of the Pa S, Sageway entrance. You mean that you want to stop over 80,000 of us by yourself?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I never said that." Everyone sneered coldly and were just about to retort, but heard him say, "I'm saying to kill until no one dares to go in." "Stop. It did not exist. I'm going to kill all of you, bro." Everyone was shocked again. This guy was absolutely a madman. You freaking bragged until even you believed it yourself, right? Ha ha ha. I'm so scared. Punk, come kill me then. Yeah, we all, these half-step true sovereign heavens, are too weak. I beg you, kill me. Bring it on. I really want to see how you kill until no one dares to go in. Yi Yuan had completely become a clown. These words really sounded hilarious to the extreme. Somewhere in S, P, A, C, Su Mu, two people also exchanged glances, staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. They had really never seen before such an arrogant young man. Although Yi Yuan's spatial rule also surprised them, just now, just based on this, and he wanted to deal with over 80,000 people, let alone that speed was not everything. Strength was the king's way. No matter what, everyone's final goal was to Pa S through the Pa S, Sageway. Even if your speed was fast, it could not be brought into play under this kind of circumstances. If everyone rushed forward, you could only forcibly resist. Otherwise, the boasting that you made would become a joke. Boom. Amidst the loud laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly attacked. That "I beg you, kill me" statement was directly blown apart, completely erased. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you're begging me, then I'll satisfy you." The expressions of Blood True and the rest changed drastically. This punch was so strong. "I beg you, kill me" was a top powerhouse too, half-step true sovereign heaven. He actually died, without even having the time to react. Although it was a surprise attack, this also showed that Yi Yuan was very strong. Blood True's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "All right, you've already proved your strength. You have the qualifications to enter the Pa-S Sageway. Go in. We won't stop you." He felt that Yi Yuan's strength was probably not weaker than his own. If they really fought, then he would probably have to use all of his strength. Right now, he did not want to expose his strength too early. He naturally also did not want to fight with Yi Yuan until they were both wounded. But Cho Yang's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Blood True, what do you mean?" Blood True said coolly, "There is no meaning at all. There's no need to waste time in this level. Want to fight? Do it after entering the next level." Cho Yang was a little indignant, but he also felt that Yi Yuan's strength was likely not weaker than his. That blow earlier, he examined his own conscience and felt that he could not do better than Yi Yuan. Although this punk talked big, he still had some strength. The others stopped talking, clearly tacitly consenting to Blood True's recommendation. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you all misunderstanding something? I'm not flaunting martial prowess to you all. I only want to kill people. None of you guys are allowed to enter the next level." Blood True's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "Blood Azure, don't refuse face when it's given." He was truly infuriated. This punk was posturing a little too much. But just as he was enraged, Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see Yi Yuan throw a punch out, aiming straight for one of the top half-step True Sovereign Heavens. Boom! That person was directly killed without the slightest strength to fight back. Everyone's hearts trembled wildly. If the first genuine strength, it was because everyone was already on guard. But the result was still an instant kill. This time, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping, one punch following another. The places that he said through were all him instantly killing the others. No matter how strong you were all unable to take one punch from me. This fist technique was the Dragon Race martial technique that Mi Tian improved on with the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist as the foundation. Mi Tian was once a Hegemon realm powerhouse, his horizons extremely far. Altering a fist technique was naturally easily accomplished. After improving it and matching it with the blood imitation pill, the power that Yi Yuan released carried a thick BLOODY and evil aura, being exactly alike blood race martial techniques. Back then, when Yi Yuan's bloodline had just evolved, his combat power could already one-shot the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Now that his strength had improved greatly, killing these so-called powerhouses was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing Yi Yuan rampage in all directions, Blood True's heart shook wildly. This strength was too terrifying. Everyone join hands and kill this punk first. Blood True roared angrily. Everyone's heart turned cold, immediately joining forces. B Zens/B, more than 100 half-step True Sovereign Heavens with apex strength directly surrounded Yi Yuan until not even water could seep through. Among them, there were even some of those top powerhouses. However, it was still useless. The more Cho Yang watched, the more alarmed he became. The powerhouses that he viewed as his opponents could not last one punch under Yi Yuan's hands. The current Cho Yang was terrified until his courage and spirit were crumbling. He desperately retreated backward, hoping that Yi Yuan had forgotten about him. Who could have thought that this guy was so strong? Blunder. A miscalculation. He finally understood that Yi Yuan ignored him back then not due to haughtiness, but it was because he really did not have him in his eyes. Finally, he quietly withdrew from the battlefield and could not help heaving a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, the others held Yi Yuan back. He did not expect that Blood True actually hid his strength. Among so many people, only he could barely manage to exchange a blow or two with Yi Yuan. It was also fortunate that this guy hit his strength. Otherwise, this time, he would really have to die. Didn't you say that you're not trash and even wanted to prove it to me? Why? Giving you the opportunity now, but you want to leave? Suddenly, a deadly voice sounded in his ears. Cho Yang was frightened until he blew smoke from all 7 orifices, his entire person almost blowing up. But he could not find Yi Yuan. It was as if the surrounding was all Yi Yuan. Where are you? Cho Yang was fully on guard, all the hair on his body standing on end. I'm right in front of you. You can't even see? Cho Yang's pupils constricted, only to hear a long sigh transmit over. I gave you a chance, but it looks like you're indeed still just a piece of Traz. H. Plus boom. A punch slammed out. Cho Yang was dead. It was naturally very easy for Yi Yuan to kill Cho Yang, but he deliberately did not kill in order to let him feel fear. Among the thousands of experts, in a blink of an eye, there were only 3 or 4 left. There was even a large swathe of the others who died, but Cho Yang's death triggered everyone's nerves. Cho Yang's strength was absolutely the most pinnacle existence in this group of people. But even he was dead without the slightest strength to fight back. We're not entering. All of us are not going in. Don't kill me. He Ming's courage and spirit had crumbled as he said. Blood True also had a solemn expression as he said, Blood Dasher, you win. I give up. He did not feel that Yi Yuan dared to kill him because he was Deputy City Lord Bloodsword's descendant. The consequences of offending an Emperor Sakura heaven were unimaginable. Boom. A punch was sent out. He Ming was directly blown apart. Blood True's pupils constricted, only to see Yi Yuan's devilish voice transmit over. Sorry, I never said that I wouldn't kill you all if you beg for mercy. Ants have no right to give up. Chapter 2876 Executioner, Yi Yuan. Chapter 2876 Executioner, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan threw a punch over. Blood True's pupils constricted. He could not block this punch. Ancestor. Blood True's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. Right at this time, a voice came down from above the void. Blood Azure, let Blood True off. This seat will owe you a favor. Boom. Yi Yuan's fist directly tore Blood True apart without any sluggishness. Sorry, who are you? Is your favor very valuable? Killing the strongest, Blood True, the remaining ones were even too weak to withstand a single blow. His strength was long already invincible in the same rank. One should not look at how this Pa-S. Sageway had a lot of numbers. To Yi Yuan, numbers could not change anymore. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, places that he Pa-S, said through, corpses scattered everywhere. Apologies, no corpses. It was directly obliterated. The blood race did not have corpses. Good, 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 very good. Ho-ho! A mere Saint Sovereign Heaven actually directly treated this seat as air. Above the void, Bloodsword stomped his feet in anger. An exalted Emperor Sakura Heaven was actually being disregarded. That brat called Blood Azure did not even pay attention to him. By the side, Sumu also looked at him with a sympathetic look as he said, Calm down. He's just a junior. If he's dead, then he's dead. Blood True's talent was indeed high, but no matter how high, he was also just Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was not worth flying into a rage. Bloodsword's descendants were in great numbers. There would always be a few outstanding ones. As for finding trouble, don't even think about it. The overseers in the clan were still watching. Regarding the 100 Sons selection, the Blood G.O.D. temple attached a lot of importance to it. They would send overseers to each city. It was for the sake of ensuring impartiality of the selection. Although he was angry, Bloodsword really did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan faded into mediocrity, then forget it. Yet, his strength was formidable. There was absolutely no problem entering the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Such a genius. How could the clan possibly allow Bloodsword to deal with him? Yi Yuan also knew this. That was why he would go on a killing spree. The current Yi Yuan had already gone mad from killing. We was over 80,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens were fleeing crazily inside the SPAC. There was already no one who dared to contend with Yi Yuan head-on. They already understood that Yi Yuan's strength was on a completely different level than them. Head-on fighting was no different from seeking death. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting them off. His movement technique was extremely fast, places that he said through, a bunch of bloodkins would directly disappear. The numbers in number 1 Sageway were diminis. Plus ing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no retreat route in the Sageway. The only way out was the Sageway. When Yi Yuan was chasing, some people also wanted to take the chance to escape from the Sageway entrance. But what welcomed them was a punch from beyond the heavens, directly quelling them. Hence, a strange scene appeared in the number 1 Sageway. Yi Yuan alone was chasing 80,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens and killing them. On the battle hunting grounds grandstands, it had already completely boiled over with excitement. Where did this guy pop out from? This is also too strong, right? My eyesight must be freaking failing. Number 1 Sageway, which time didn't kill until heaven and earth dimmed. This time, it's actually one person hunting down 80,000 people. Dark horse. An absolute dark horse. This guy's strength can probably already enter the 100 Sons top 5. Too monstrous. Too monstrous. Our giant net city is going to shock the blood D temple with this. The scene that appeared before their eyes was seriously too surprising. They originally planned to watch a miserable fight. But in the end, what they saw was one person hunting down several tens of thousands of people. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan already turned into a super demon king, making the people in number 1 Sageway tremble with fear when they heard him. At the second floor, SPAC, there were already many people who were successful. Along with the Sage of Time, the numbers became more and more. But what they found strange was that the number 1 Sageway did not have people come out of it from start to end. It's really strange. Is the fighting in the number 1 Sageway this time so tragic? More than 90 people in our number 3 Sageway have already come out. Yet, they actually didn't have a single person coming out. The first level is merely playing. Those guys wouldn't have pulled out the big guns, right? But even so, it also wouldn't be completely zero, right? Now, this is interesting. 3 days will be up very soon. Are they planning on plussing out together? The first group's 1,000 people already reached over 800 people at this time. The first level's contention was only 3 days' time. Presently, the time limit was going to be up very soon. But not a single person came out of the number 1 Sageway. This made everyone incomparably surprised. These bloodkinds all gathered together, speculating on all sorts of possibilities. Just like that, the 900 people from number 2 Sageway to number 10 Sageway were gathered very soon. But number 1 Sageway still had no activities. Time slowly trickled by. It looked like the 3 days time limit was going to be up right away. The questions in everyone's hearts grew more and more. Swaz. Plus suddenly, the Sageway opened. A figure flew straight out. Seeing this person, the 900 people present could not help being stupefied. Who was this person? Where's Blood True? Where's Cho Yang? Where's He Ming? Why was it an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven who came up? Were those guys all defeated by Yi Yuan? Hey, kid, where are the others? Why is it just you alone who came up? The number 2 Pa S, Sageway's first place, could not hold back his doubts and asked Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was the only one who came up, he naturally would not be scared of Yi Yuan. It was because his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Blood True they all. It was just that he did not know. When those Bloodkins in the first level saw Yi Yuan, now they practically wanted to S their pants. This guy was too horrifying. The people were naturally not killed entirely. Over 80,000 people, there were too many of them. Even if it was standing there to let Yi Yuan kill, Yi Yuan would have to kill for a long time too, let alone that those people fled desperately. In 3 days, Yi Yuan killed nearly 40,000 people, killing until even his hands felt weak. In the end, he actually could not quite kill anymore. Yi Yuan was strong, but he was not strong until he could be like back then, slaughtering hundreds of millions of life forms with one finger. They were the same rank after all. He still had to kill one by one. After adjusting his breathing for some time, Yi Yuan immediately came up. As for the rest, they naturally did not dare to come up anymore. Courting death, Yi Yuan did not answer the first place. He swept a glance over everyone's faces and said with a smile, "Amen, this time there's no need to kill until my hands turn into jelly anymore. Just a few hundred people. Killing all of you won't take too much effort." Half a day later, the first group was completely wiped out. Yi Yuan stepped into the Pa S Sageway with a back view that appeared slightly lonely. He bagged this spot. This time, he was the first to come out. The battle situations of the other 9 groups were much fiercer than Group 1. When Yi Yuan returned to the battle-hunting ground, the hundreds of thousands of spectators on the grandstands fell into a death-like silence. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were filled with fear. This guy was an out-and-out executioner. All 900 proud sons of heaven. He killed them all by himself. These few thousand years, the 100 Sons battle had already been hosted D knows how many times. Such a thing had never appeared before. Even if the blood race was extremely warlike, they were intimidated by Yi Yuan too. Ha ha ha. Too weak. A bunch of tras. Plus you can't even block one of your Grandpa Ching's spear. Sure enough, Grandpa Ching is the first to come out. Humph humph. Your father said to take first place. It means I'm taking first place. You punk, you actually came out earlier than me, but it's no use. Your Grandpa Ching challenged 10 half-step Emperor realms with one spear, fighting until none of them dared to make a move. How is it? Impressive or not? Suddenly, Yang Qing's figure appeared above the grandstands. The moment he came out, he made an unnecessary fuss and was incomparably arrogant. Chapter 2877, How Could There Be Such an Impressive Person in the World? Chapter 2877, How Could There Be Such an Impressive Person in the World? Yang Qing made an unnecessary fuss, but very soon he discovered that something was not right. Too quiet. The battle-hunting ground had several 100,000 watching the fights. Why was it so quiet? Seeing Yi Yuan looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, Yang Qing only felt somewhat jittery and said, What did you do?" Yang Qing already understood Yi Yuan long ago. One should not look at how this guy normally kept quiet, appearing too profound to understand. But when he caused trouble, 10 Yang Qings could not catch up either. Ever since this guy landed on Heaven One continent, how many earth-shaking major events had he done already? Motherf Asterisker, looking at his appearance, it looks like today's trouble was not small again. Nothing. It's just that. I killed all the geniuses in my sage way. These guys were too weak. There's no kick in killing at all, Yi Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Everyone was speechless. No kick. And you still killed so many. You're simply the devil. My blood race is bloodthirsty, but it simply does not hold a candle compared to you at all. It was also just that there was 3 days' time. If Yi Yuan was given a few more days, everyone would not doubt in the slightest that this guy could kill off all the people in the number 1 sage way. What did you say? K killed all? What kind of joke is this? Yang Qing's eyes became wide saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not know how strong the current Yi Yuan was. This result was really too surprising. Killing everyone in a sage way. What did this mean? This signified genuine invincibility in the same rank. Saint Sovereign Heaven, no matter how impressive you were, you could not post any threat to Yi Yuan anymore. Thinking about his own battle achievement, he actually showed off in front of him. Was this not him slapping his own face? But very soon, he understood why Yi Yuan did so. Really satisfying. If this news reached back to South Qi Giant City, the heaven one that had just calmed down would explode again, right? Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up and said with a strange expression, "You're amazing. Ha ha ha, I finally got a spot. The few of you fools aren't my match in the end." Suddenly, a figure landed in the plaza and let out a burst of loud laughter. Shuo Er defeated many formidable foes, obtaining the Saint Sovereign Heaven spot. He was very excited, but very soon, he also discovered something amiss. Where were the cheers? The voices of exclamations? Why was it so quiet? Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the number 1 sageway and could not help being startled in his heart. It was not Blood True, not Himing, not Chou Yang either. It was just an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. What the HELL, the number 1 sageway, where powerhouses gathered. Why would it be an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven who obtained the spot? That kid, why is it you who came out of number 1 sageway? Did they kill one another and let you come off cheap? Shui Er looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look. The several 100,000 people present had expressions that were strange to the extreme. Come off cheap? Kill one another? Ho, did they have this chance? Yi Yuan completely ignored him and said to Yang Qing, "Why are there so many idiots this a year?" Yang Qing smiled and said, "There are idiots every year. This year is especially a lot." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Makes sense, makes sense." Shuo Er's expression turned cold, and he said, "Boy, I've remembered you. Refusing face when it's given." Everyone on the grandstand only felt a chill run down their backs. This was a great killing G.O.D. Not being remembered by him was already giving thanks to everyone. You actually still wanted to remember him? Very soon, all the sageways had people come out of it. The 20 spots were occupied very quickly. Su Mu and Bloodsword descended from the sky, landed in the plaza. It was just that their expressions were both very ugly. Su Mu's descendant was also beaten down by Yang Qing. However, he was a little better than Bloodsword. Yang Qing did not have that ability to kill everyone. Encountering this kind of homicidal maniac, anyone would be depressed until they vomited blood. Bloodsword looked toward Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression and said with a cold smile, "Boy, you're very good. This seat has remembered you." The moment these words came out, the 18 victors present all had baffled faces. How did this boy offend Great Emperor Bloodsword? However, Shuo Er gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself that this punk was dead for sure, to have actually offended Great Emperor Bloodsword. Unless you really became Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons, you would be dead for sure. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Are you stupid? Do I, Blood Azure, still need your approval when killing people? Is your face very valuable?" Bloodsword's pupils constricted, a pair of eyes staring at Yi Yuan, already almost unable to suppress his impulse to kill people. The hundreds of thousands of people present, as well as the Hundred Sons candidates, were stunned. "You are also too freaking arrogant, right? That is a great emperor. You ted him so readily. Isn't this sowing irreconcilable enmity?" Yi Yuan naturally did not care. This guy did not dare to do anything to him at all. As for the future, he also would not really keep staying on in the blood race. After I left, who cares about floodwaters surging? Being so arrogant, Yi Yuan naturally did it on purpose. The persona of a homicidal maniac naturally needed unparalleled overbearingness to serve as a foil. "Don't look at me with this sort of eyes. Otherwise, I'll kill you in the future. Maybe you feel that it's a little funny, but breaking through to Emperor Sakra Heaven is nothing difficult for me. In fact, maybe I don't need to step into Emperor Sakra Heaven, and I'll be able to kill you at Emperor Vast Heaven Realm. You might feel that this day is very far away, and that you have adequate time to kill me, but you'll never get the chance. With my strength, getting Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons first place is as easy as turning over my hand. In the future, I'll be true Sovereign Hundred Sons, number 1-2. Emperor Realm will be the same. You'll never have the chance to kill me." Yi Yuan looked at Bloodsword and said it casually, but the looming threat that exuded was too obvious. F***CK too awesome. A Saint Sovereign Heaven actually threatened an Emperor Sakra Heaven. Those 1800 Sons candidates all opened their mouths wide. Where did this guy pop out from? Each one of them was a candidate. Why were you so outstanding? Why were you so impressive? Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Hundred Sons number 1, why don't you ascend to heaven? Shu'er looked at Yi Yuan and mocked with a loud laugh. Boom. Yi Yuan threw a punch over. Shu'er directly disappeared without even reacting to it. The remaining Hundred Sons candidates had dumbfounded faces. "Freaking H.E.L.L., you were also too arrogant, right? We all killed our way out from a horde, and you killed on a whim? However, this guy was really so strong. How could an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven be so strong?" Looking at Bloodsword again, he actually did not even dare to let out a word. What did this show? This showed that great Emperor Bloodsword already acknowledged Yi Yuan's words in his heart. He really did not have the opportunity to kill Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan could kill him as easily as turning over his hand in the future. Too awesome. There was actually such an impressive person in the world. Bang, bang, bang. When everyone was still in shock, Yi Yuan moved again. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. We're Hundred Sons candidates. You dare to kill us? Motherf. You see, everyone attack. Fight it out with him. Very soon, these people were annihilated. The original 10 candidates were already just left with Yi Yuan, one person currently. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Chapter 2878 Blood Pool. Chapter 2878 Blood Pool. 900 Sons candidates had just killed their way out of heavy encirclement and were currently fired up with boundless enthusiasm. In the blink, they were gone. Impressive. Really impressive. Is this guy insane? Doesn't he know that once these Hundred Sons candidates get a spot, it's equivalent to being protected by the Blood G.O.D. Temple and having a death exemption gold token? It's going to blow up big this time. The Blood G.O.D. Temple probably won't be willing to drop the matter. TSK. This kind of thing is really the first time in the history of the Hundred Sons selection. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's shocking action. These candidates had already gotten a spot. It was equivalent to being the blood G. Oh, D Temple's disciples. But Yi Yuan actually killed all of them. Then, could Bloodsword not stop Yi Yuan? Of course he could. But he did not. Bloodsword smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you're really arrogant until the horizon. But this time, this seat wants to see who can save you." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Bloodsword and said disdainfully, "Put away your little petty tricks. You're unable to understand the world of the strong. If these trash go to the blood G, oh, D Temple, they will merely make a fool of themselves. It's enough for Giant Net City to have me alone." Well said. A figure stepped out into the air. His aura was actually a little more powerful than Bloodsword, two people. But Bloodsword's expressions changed drastically. He thought that Lord Blood Envoy would punish Yi Yuan severely, who knew that he actually said, "Well said." Blood Envoy looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes making no effort to hide the admiration in the slightest as he said, "Boy, this seat likes you very much." With one sentence, it shocked everyone again. Blood Envoy looked at Bloodsword and said coolly, "Bloodsword, you disappoint this envoy greatly. The improvement in Cultivation Realm has already made you lose your original heart. Back then, you came from the 100 Sons too. At that time, you were decisive in going for the kill and was also extremely stunning. But the sharp edge on you has been ground flat. Have you forgotten our blood race's original intention of choosing the 100 Sons?" His gaze swept over the faces of Yang Qing and the others, and he said in a solemn voice, "My blood race isn't afraid of death. What we're afraid of is that you're not strong enough. Only the strong have the right to survive. Weaklings can only be eliminated. Bloodazur's talent is the strongest that this seat has seen. Do you think that this seat will punish Blood Azure for a group of useless trash? Ridiculous." What he said was right. It's sufficient for Giant Net City to have him alone. The whole place was silent. Many people lowered their heads in shame. Bloodsword's old face felt even more ashamed. Where was the agreed-upon face-slapping? Why did he get slapped? But Yang Qing laughed wildly in his heart when he heard it. Where did this moron come from? Was it really all right for you to support that guy like that? When you all discover that the one that you all were supporting was actually a human, would you go berserk at that time or not? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Yang Qing was currently very much looking forward to the arrival of that day. Yi Yuan, this fellow was too capable at causing trouble. All right, since the selection is already done, the 11 of you head to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. With this seat, then, arriving at Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, even if it was Yi Yuan, he was also amazed by it. This city was really too big and too grand. He could feel that the city walls were made of extremely high-quality treasures, giving off waves of extremely terrifying auras. Although Yi Yuan could not feel the array formation in the city, he felt that this city absolutely had an extremely terrifying destructive power. South Chi Giant City was utterly not worth mentioning in front of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. This Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City was probably built by the blood race pouring their power in. Even if a hegemon realm came, it was likely very hard to conquer this city too. Lord Owlfly, Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's city seems to be a little different. Yi Yuan pretended to be curious. These 100 Sons candidates were all like Country Bee, you kins entering a city for the first time too. They were naturally deeply shocked by the grandeur of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City too. Therefore, upon Yi Yuan asking, they all immediately perked their ears to listen. Owlfly said coolly, "You just know that even if a hegemon realm came to this city, they will have to die with regrets too. No need to ask about the rest. This is our blood race's secret. When your cultivation realm is up to par, you'll naturally know. When Yi Yuan heard, his heart turned slightly cold, indeed as expected. However, this was pretty good news too. If one day some hegemon realm went crazy and ran over to attack Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, then they would really suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Although the blood race did not understand Formation Tao, there must be some hidden means too. It was just that the blood race was too mysterious. Many things were not known by outsiders. All right, after entering the city, don't run around. Some places are not where you guys can go. I'll order someone to explain this to you. You all are powerhouses who killed your way out of tens of thousands of people and are all seated candidates for the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons too. As a reward, you all can enter the Heaven Absolute Blood Pool and cultivate for 10 days. As for how much improvement you can make, that will depend on your potential. Blood Envoy Alfly said. The blood race had a very superficial understanding of alchemy Tao, but they similarly had their own cultivation methods. Blood pools were one of them. The blood race studied blood extremely deeply. Devouring blood was just the most primitive method. The blood race had a profession called blood medicine master. Like heavenly alchemists, they would use some secret techniques to mix with blood, letting the blood unleash very miraculous power for the clansmen to absorb. The blood race would create blood pools and pour these formulated blood in, which would be the blood pools. However, this kind of method was extremely bloody. The construction of blood pools required extremely terrifying amounts of blood. They occupied 2 continents. All races were enslaved by them. Hence, the blood race slaughtered construct powerhouses to build one blood pool after another. The sins that they had committed were too numerous to be recorded. There was a blood pool in Giant Net City too, but compared to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, it naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the blood race's best blood pool was in the Blood G.O.D. Temple. The final reward of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons was to enter the Blood G.O.D. Temple's blood pool. This was absolutely a huge reward to the Bloodkins. When these Saint Sovereign 100 Sons entered, it would even let them undergo a transformation to remold themselves thoroughly. Watching Yi Yuan and the others enter the blood pool, the corners of Alfly's mouth curled slightly. With this boy's character, he would probably cause a huge wave again after entering the blood pool, right? However, the more trouble he caused, the better. Otherwise, how would it show this seat's prowess? Blood envoys monitored the world, but this blood envoy, was just monitoring a measly little Heaven 1 continent. Thundercry continent and Lasting Wind continent's blood envoys were the real people in power. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons actually had little to do with Heaven 1 continent. It was because the people that Alfly brought over every time were basically all cannon fodder characters. Lasting Wind continent and Thundercry continent had 99 Blood Emperor level cities, respectively. There were 3 great blood envoys. Of the 7 great envoys, he was getting along the most poorly. But this time, Yi Yuan made his eyes lit up. This boy was not a well-known figure, but he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Furthermore, he was very optimistic about Yang Qing's strength too. 2 blood azures. This was his capital to win back face. This time, it was finally your father's turn to turn things around, right? Chapter 2879, Kill Them All. Chapter 2879, Kill Them All. Lasting Wind and Thundercry, 2 continents, both had 99 Blood Emperor level cities. 10 people each city. There would be 2,100 Sons candidates. but there were only 99 positions in the blood pool. These 2,000 people sharing 99 positions were naturally not enough. Therefore, they could only S, N, A, T, C, H. These 99 positions naturally all had people occupying them. The lower the number, the higher the concentration of the blood medicine. 100 Sons candidates. Each person had 10 days of cultivation opportunity. But actually, the vast majority could not get 10 days. Wanting to cultivate in the blood pool, they would have to challenge one of them. The victor only had 1 day of cultivation time. The loser, bye-bye. Losers were not allowed to challenge a second time. 1 day later, that number would accept other people's challenges again. Yi Yuan handed his wooden card to the manager, and it just happened to be seen by 100 Sons candidate beside him, immediately attracting a series of ridicules. TCH, Giant Net City, a bunch of cannon fodders also dare to come to the blood pool to cultivate. Hey, kid, don't you know that a trash from Heaven One continent isn't allowed to enter the blood pool? The one who spoke was a youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's. The moment these words came out, a group of amused looks immediately cast over from all around. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that. It seemed like there was really only him entering the blood pool. What is going on? Is Heaven One continent such a failure? This matter was Yi Yuan, who was ignorant and ill-informed. The other cities' people all knew about this, but Yi Yuan had zero communication with those people on the whole journey. There was naturally no one who told him about this. It was not that Yi Yuan pretended to be proud and cold, but that the matter of him slaughtering off a Pa-S, Sageway had already spread out. Those people all feared him like a tiger. In reality, the 100 Sons candidates from Heaven One continent would never step into the blood pool. This was because that was only asking for trouble. In the course of time, no one went anymore. Heaven One continent rarely had someone who could enter the ranks of the 100 Sons. Even if one occasionally entered, they would also be ranked at the bottom. At first, they naturally wanted to enter the blood pool to cultivate too. However, they were beaten each time until they had to search the ground for their teeth, or even straight up ended up dead. There was naturally no one who dared to come anymore. Therefore, the blood pool had an unwritten rule. Those from Heaven One continent were not allowed to enter. Of course, this was the agreement among the 100 Sons. The officials naturally still acknowledged their ident. One ties. It was just that they looked down on Heaven One continent. Why was there such a situation? Actually, Heaven One continent's bloodkins were basically all immigrants. The earliest immigrants were all the weakest batch in the blood race. These people were merely cannon fodders, specifically used to deliver to death. The blood race used these people to whittle away the cities under the absolute heaven barrier. Either way, if these people died, there would be no heartache either. But without a doubt, Heaven One continent's bloodkins were the weakest in the blood race. Of course, Heaven One continent had true elites too. The 100,000-strong army that was destroyed by South Chi Giant City, as well as that army that sneak-attacked Northern View City back, then were elites. However, these two armies had completely suck. You bet at Yi Yuan's hands, SUC. It was also precisely because of this that the blood races W and Jizwo would be so furious, insisting on killing Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan did not know what was going on, he understood very quickly. Owlfly deliberately did not say anything. It was in order to let him come and make trouble. That guy knew that he was strong. So Owlfly specifically let him come and slap faces. This guy is really wicked. Isn't he afraid of him? Suck. You, Bing here? However, slap faces, it is then, after I push you up to the sky, and then tell you that I'm a human. Would you vomit blood on the spot or not? I really didn't know this. Brother, can you teach me or not? Yi Yuan said with a smile. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's said with a sneer, Brother, are you worthy too? Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, you're going to get it. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, I'm 100 Sons candidate. With an ident. 1. Tai token, I naturally have the right to challenge the people in the blood pool. You don't have the right to make me go out. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said with a snicker, Whoa, 100 Sons candidate, what a scary tea. Tlee, ha ha ha. He said that he's a candidate for the 100 Sons. Are you all afraid, or not? There were immediately people who started kicking up a row all around. Scared to death. These people, are all not 100 Sons candidates. Is heaven one continent, that place full of powerhouses? Are they all very formidable? I wonder if those powerhouses in the blood pool are a match for the heaven one continent expert or not. These people completely looked down on heaven one continent, their words being very nasty. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's said disdainfully, Boy, you might not know those able to enter the blood pool to cultivate. All have hope of becoming Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in the end. And you all who came from heaven one continent are all cannon fodders. Do you understand what's called cannon fodder? Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and get lost. Once you choose to challenge the powerhouses in the blood pool, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? I'm so scared. This lord, I wonder if when it's my turn to challenge, can I make everyone in the blood pool get lost? By the side, that half-step emperor, realm manager, could not help being stupefied. I'll get lost? What was the meaning of this? Challenging all of them. If I kill them all, I should be able to enjoy the blood pool all by myself, right? Yi Yuan saw that the manager was confused and asked. The manager was stupefied again, his mind somewhat unable to wrap itself around that. Kill them all? This fool, where did this guy appear from? Hoo-hoo, little fellow, do you know who are cultivating in the blood pool? The manager could not help laughing as he said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Coolly, who they are have nothing to do with me, because they will become dead people very soon. When the youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's heard that, he laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, awesome. Heaven one continent really produced a formidable character. Then you remember well. I'm called Blue Blood. When you challenge, remember to call me along. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If you want to court death, I naturally won't stop you. The slot for challenging only had 99 people every day. Yi Yuan just handed his ident. 1, Tai token over. He naturally had to wait in line. His time to challenge was 2 days later. Yi Yuan's words instantly caused an uproar in the entire blood pool. They had seen before morons, but they had never met anyone so moronic. What is this place? Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up too. Do you know how many powerhouses were here? You boasted so shamelessly and actually wanted to kill everyone in the blood pool. Are you crazy? Why did an idiot come from heaven one continent? Apart from producing fools, what else can that forsaken place produce? Hoo-hoo, the 10 seeds this year. There are 7 who are cultivating in the blood pool. This kid has gone nuts to actually want to kill them all. TSK, really looking forward to it. 2 days. 2 days later, we'll naturally know. Everyone used sympathetic gazes to look at Yi Yuan. They already determined that Yi Yuan was a fool. If he was not a fool, how could he say such stupid words? The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, No need to kill everyone. You just have to defeat everyone, and this blood pool will naturally be yours alone. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "What's the point in defeating? It's naturally directly killing." Chapter 2880, Aren't You All Attacking Together? Chapter 2880, Aren't You All Attacking Together? The next day, it was Blue Blood's turn to challenge. He directly challenged the number 7 Blood Pool's powerhouse. This action also caused a stir in the Blood Pool. Before this, Blue Blood was invincible. No one expected that he would be so strong. The number 1 Blood Pool was one of the 10 great seeded candidates. To dare challenge this position, Blue Blood's strength naturally went without saying. However, no one expected that Blue Blood actually won. Won beautifully. Everyone could also see that this Blue Blood was actually still holding strength in reserve. This guy was absolutely a major dark horse. In the 100 Suns battle this time, Blue Blood was very likely to make it into the top 10. All of a sudden, Blue Blood became Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's man of the hour. Before entering the Blood Pool, Blue Blood specially came before Yi Yuan and said smugly, "Powerhouse from Heaven One Continent, I welcome you to challenge me tomorrow. Remember, I'm at the number 7 Blood Pool." Yi Yuan had always been at the martial arena. He had also seen this battle. Blue Blood's strength was indeed very strong. Reaching Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, the strengths of these contestants were more than a level stronger than those in Giant Net City. Yi Yuan could also tell that these 100 Suns candidates hanging around in the Blood Pool, their strength was actually about the same level. They had virtually already reached the limits that Saint Sovereign Heaven could reach. Compared to those in the extreme medicine sect in the same rank, the blood race was significantly stronger. However, Yi Yuan was far from concerned. With his bloodline breaking through, his strength had long already broken through the limits of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Coupled with the effect of the power of blessing, he was virtually invincible in battle. Even if the current Yi Yuan faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, he could also cut him down. These blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens all had the strength to jump a major realm and fight. But if they faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, it would be certain death. Not everyone was as monstrous as Yi Yuan. You are not worthy yet. Facing Blue Blood's provocation, Yi Yuan turned his nose up at him. "Hoo-hoo, you can go ahead and posture now. I hope that you won't be scared when it's time to challenge tomorrow." Blue Blood said with a sneer. The current Yi Yuan had long already become a laughingstock of the Blood Pool. He wanted to challenge everyone in the Blood Pool. This sort of thing had never happened before in the history of the blood race. And, Body possessed the strength to defeat 100 same rank geniuses in Saint Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, these 100 geniuses were all the strongest in the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heaven. On the following day, the challenges in the Blood Pool continued without any breaks. Many dark horses rose to prominence one after another, but no one was as stunning as Blue Blood. Finally, it was the 3rd day. It was Yi Yuan's turn to challenge. Many people gathered around, pouring ridicule on him again. "Hey, Heaven One Continent's expert, it's your turn to challenge. You said before that you wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the Blood Pool. You mustn't be scared at this time. Your luck is pretty good. Bloodage already maxed out the 10 days and already came out of the Blood Pool. Otherwise, you can still challenge him. Go up there and do it. Don't be scared. Big shot. Hurry up and knock them all down. I want to carry your shoes for you." Yi Yuan had not taken the stage yet, and a series of guffaws already came from all around. The geniuses present were all very proud, so they never disdained to take somebody to the task. They had always had the heart that yearned for number 1, but would never say that I was going to sweep all of you away. No one dared to say so. Bloodage was the publicly recognized strongest person in this period. If Yi Yuan just challenged him, It would not be to such an extent of making people ridicule him, like so. But to challenge everyone, that was too stupid. Therefore, Yi Yuan became an out-and-out clown in their eyes. The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Expert from the Heaven One continent, are you still insisting on challenging everyone?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Call them over and end the fight swiftly. I still have to cultivate." The manager was stupefied. Clearly, he did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to accept it. He was just throwing in a word or two of derision earlier. Could it be that this guy was really tired of living in a certain hidden S, P, A, C? Several big shots were currently paying attention to the situation in the blood pool. "I'll fly. He's your trump card this time? No matter how I look, he seems like a fool too." Could it be that this kid thinks that this place is Heaven One continent? He just killed a few fools. Does he really think that he's invincible in the same rank? Even if he's really invincible in the same rank. And, oh, Body dares to be so arrogant either, right? The 7 great blood envoys were shockingly present. The other 6 people mocked Owlfly. They had already heard about Yi Yuan's performance on Heaven One continent. It was just that in their view, what was killing a bunch of trash worth being smug about? They were all too clear about the strength of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, because each period's Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were led by them, and among them there were quite a few people who were former Saint Sovereign 100 Sons too. Why did the blood race attach so much importance to the Battle of 100 Sons? It was because the chances of powerhouses being born among the 100 Sons were very high. The Saint Sovereign 100 Sons from several thousand years ago were presently long already big shot characters who could take charge as chief at a front. There were even some who already broke through to Hegemon realm. Each period's Battle of 100 Sons was conducted every 10 years. It could be said to be the cradle of the blood race's reserve powerhouses. And they all, these blood envoys, the blood G. Oh, D Temple would also give a certain reward to the powerhouses that they brought out. It was just that Owlfly had never gotten these rewards before. Facing the other 6 blood envoys' mockery, Owlfly did not care, and just said with a smile, "Young people can't be taken seriously when showing off momentary bravery. We all just have to watch the show properly." A blood envoy said with a cold smile, "TCH, Owlfly, don't think that we don't know what you have in mind. Finally managed to get a card, and you want to sweep away our faces, right? It's just that if we extend our faces over, do you dare to hit? Who to send into the blood pool? How much strength to exert? They all had a score in their hearts. The Battle of the Blood Pool was actually the preview of the Battle of the 100 Sons, and Owlfly had never won before, so his goal was not hard to guess. In the martial arena, 99 genius martial artists were staring at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. This guy was absolutely a madman. Minwen, go and take care of him. He's purely wasting our time. The one who spoke was precisely the number 1 blood pool's genius, Bloodrain. After Bloodage left, he moved from position 2 to position 1. Now, he was the strongest one among these 99 people. As for Minwen, he was merely Bloodrain's lackey. Bloodrain completely looked down on Yi Yuan and could not be bothered to take action to deal with him. It was a waste of time. When Minwen heard the command, he rushed straight for Yi Yuan. "Hang on," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Bloodrain smiled coldly and said, "Scared? Sorry, it's too late." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You guys sure that you're not attacking together? I gave you all the chance. In a while, you guys won't even have time to regret it." Everyone exchanged glances first. Following that, it was hooting peals of laughter. Attack together? Just to deal with an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven? Hoo, you have to know, our opponents were basically all true sovereign heavens. Hoo, punk, get through me first before posturing. Minwen rushed toward Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Bang! A large blood-colored hand suddenly appeared from the void. A palm smacked down, and Minwen directly turned to ashes. Amen, I'm considered to have gotten through, right? Are you all sure that you want to come one by one? Yi Yuan's eyes swept over everyone's faces, his gaze full of ridicule. Chapter 2881, The Blood Race is Full of Treasures. Chapter 2881, The Blood Race is Full of Treasures. Yi Yuan slowly walked into the center of the group, not taking those so-called powerhouses seriously at all. That slap earlier had cowed everyone. Very strong. Although Minwen's strength was not top-notch, they absolutely could not smack him to death, so casually. Oh, body's coming? Then I'm coming. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish. Russ. Plussing right into the group. When he went, he was still like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although their strength was more than a level stronger than Giant Net City's geniuses, at the very most, they could only withstand 3 to 5 moves from Yi Yuan. Then they would kick the bucket. These geniuses were all the strongest people in the same rank in the blood race. They all had their own pride and were disdainful to join hands with the others. Especially Bloodrain and the rest, they kept observing from the sidelines with cool detachment. However, their eyes held a thick look of fear. In a few breaths, Yi Yuan killed several geniuses in a row, his power invincible, the expressions of Bloodrain, and the rest became increasingly uglier. It was because among the people who were killed just now, there were a few people's strengths that already approached that of a seated candidate, but they actually could not last more than 10 moves under Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan did not have any fancy moves either. He was just unrestrained like that, dealing punch after punch. 1 punch beat you until you vomited blood. 2 punches beat you until your bones cracked. 3 punches take your puny life. This fist technique looked simple, but the bloodline power contained in it was extremely strong. What are you all still waiting for? Attack together and kill him. At this rate, we'll all die. Blue Blood said in a solemn voice. Everyone looked toward Blue Blood with strange expressions. Wasn't he the one who postured the hardest? Now got slapped, right? Before this, Blue Blood was afraid that Yi Yuan would forget him and even specifically emphasized that he was at the number 7 blood pool. But now he was Wisconsin H. Plussing that Yi Yuan had forgotten about him, right? However, they also knew that this could not be blamed on Blue Blood. It was seriously that this Blood Azure was too monstrous. Who could have thought that an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually powerful to such an extent? At this time, the most shocked one was none other than Blue Blood. Yi Yuan's super strong combat power made him feel despair. *CK, what did your father do previously? Posturing in front of him, mocked him for overestimating his own ability. It turned out that he was the most laughable one. This guy's strength was strong until it made people despair. No way. I have to kill him. At this time, Bloodrain, who had been silent all along, also said in a solemn voice, "Kill." These words were tantamount to tacitly agreeing to Blue Blood's proposal. These geniuses were going to join forces. Dozens of geniuses pounced toward Yi Yuan crazily. Haha, bring it on. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, his aura rising to a new level. Those geniuses practically all wanted to vomit blood. You were actually still hiding your strength. However, the strength of Bloodrain, and the others were really strong too. With the group of geniuses joining forces, they actually suppressed Yi Yuan. It was just that they discovered that Yi Yuan's luck was really too good. Sometimes an inadvertent turn of his body could easily evade their certain kill blow. if they wanted to hurt Yi Yuan. It was simply dreaming. Blood Dasher, don't you want to kill us all? Now try killing and see. Ha ha ha, Blue Blood said with a loud laugh. He was not in a hurry. At this time, Yi Yuan would die sooner or later. It was just that these words were somewhat shameless. Even the other geniuses could not quite look on anymore as well. Do you want face or not? Previously, he said that the opponent was too weak to stand up to combat. One, Tyan, and would be seeking death if he came. Now, so many people were surrounding and attacking him alone. Look how proud you became. However, many of them seemed to have mocked Yi Yuan before too. Hoo-hoo, is this the strength of the so-called Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons? I still thought that I could run into some decent opponents when I came to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. But you all disappoint me very much. There's no use to our blood race at all for you all, these ants, to be living. So, you all can go and die already. Boom. Yi Yuan slammed a punch out. Force exploded on the spot. More than 10 blood race geniuses were directly blown into clouds of blood mist, unable to recover anymore. Everyone's expression changed wildly. Yi Yuan actually still concealed his strength. This punch earlier was more than 10 times stronger than before. Even if they pulled out all the stops, they completely could not resist it too. The blood race's bloodline power actually had similar aspects to the true spirit clan's bloodline power. It was just that the blood race's blood essence had many magical aspects that the true spirit race was not equipped with, such as revival from a drop of blood. But the true spirit race was born from chaos, especially the dragon race. Their bloodline power was even more powerful until it was incapable of further increase. Through his research on the blood race's blood essence, Yi Yuan discovered that refining the blood race's blood essence into heavenly pills could actually improve bloodline power. Yi Yuan named this heavenly pill bloodline Heavenly Spirit Pill. After Yi Yuan consumed the profound grade bloodline Heavenly Spirit Pill, his bloodline power already rose to the middle stage of Battle Soul level true spirit bloodline. His combat power was long already significantly stronger compared to before. Previously in Giant Net City, Yi Yuan slaughtered countless geniuses. But the strength that he displayed was merely just around 50%. At this time, he exerted 80% of his strength. Blowing up these so-called geniuses did not take any effort at all. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan was very much looking forward to the blood race's blood pools. He really wanted to see whether this blood pool had any improvement effect on his bloodline. Of course, before this, he saw no reason not to kill some blood race geniuses. While talking, Yi Yuan smashed a punch towards Bloodrain. Bloodrain's strength was indeed formidable too. His bloodline power already barely reached Battle Soul level bloodline, according to the division of the true spirit lineage. It was just that this level was utterly not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's view, let alone that he even had the improved Nine Heavens Dragon transformation fist that Mi Tian imparted. The dragon race's martial techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. Each of Yi Yuan's punches was heavier than the last. Bloodrain vomited fresh blood wildly. On the third punch, he could not bear it anymore and was blown up by Yi Yuan with one punch. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a killing G.O.D., striking fear into those who saw him. Outside the martial arena, everyone was stunned. Bloodrain's strength was publicly recognized as an existence capable of entering the top 10. But he was actually directly killed by Yi Yuan. This guy's strength was actually strong until this kind of extent, killing Bloodrain with 3 punches. Just how strong is this guy's strength? Too strong. This Blood Azure definitely has the strength to contend for first place. He really wasn't joking about killing off these 99 people. There are only a few people left now. The powerhouses around Blue Blood have all been killed off one by one. Only he isn't dead yet. Blue Blood, this fellow wouldn't be doing it on purpose, right? People discovered to their surprise that the powerhouses around Blue Blood were currently falling one by one. But he was safe and sound. Blue Blood unleashed all of his abilities, but he was weak like a chicken in front of Yi Yuan. Boom. Yi Yuan directly blew a genius up. There was only Blue Blood alone left in the entire martial arena. Yi Yuan stopped. Number 7 Blood Pool's genius, I'm challenging you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge or not? Yi Yuan looked at Blue Blood and said with a smile that was not a smile. Thud. Blue Blood knelt right down, his entire body trembling endlessly. He had already completely lost the courage to continue fighting in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 2882, Frenzied Absorption. Chapter 2882, Frenzied Absorption. Ha ha! The fool that you all talked about killed off the so-called geniuses that you all brought. Owlfly laughed very happily, very delighted, looking at the 6 great blood envoys' constipated expressions. He felt satisfied to the extreme. This time, he really felt exaltation upon fulfillment. Actually, when he let Yi Yuan enter the blood pool to make a scene, it was just letting him go and challenge those powerhouses. He believed that with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no problem challenging the top 10 at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan, this guy, played so freaking big to actually say that he was going to kill everyone the moment he came. At that time, he even secretly scolded Yi Yuan for being a fool. Do you think that this place is Giant Net City? Who could have expected that this fellow actually even concealed his strength and really killed off all those geniuses in the blood pool? Incredible. Awesome. With this, I could finally straighten my back, right? But the other 6 great blood envoys became unhappy. A true genius actually came out from the cannon fodders. Seeing Owlfly's smug appearance, they wished to tear him to shreds. Unlucky, what was even more aggravating was that Yi Yuan killed off all the elites that they brought. Then the 100 Sons battle this time. What do they still have to take part in? Blue Blood was P.I.S. sing his pants in fear. He was really frightened into P.I.S. sing his pants. A foul smell emitted from his body, making Yi Yuan frown. This guy was crippled. This kind of trash wished for the entire world to know when he was posturing. When he got slapped, he did not even have the courage to face it. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him anymore too, walking straight out of the martial arena and heading towards the blood pool. Approaching the blood pool. A-B-L-O-O-D. Why smell that made people feel like vomiting hit their nostrils? This was a large pool of 10,000 feet in circumference, a dreadful sight to behold. But a monstrous fury burned in Yi Yuan's heart. Such a blood pool. How many people needed to be killed? Arriving at the blood race, Yi Yuan saw a lot of things, and he also heard many things. After the various races were enslaved, how they lived was really worse than animals. The blood race did not kill everyone either. They reared the various races' powerhouses in pens. When they needed blood, they would draw some from their bodies. These powerhouses were like livestock reared at home. There were not too many powerhouses worthy of being reared in pens. More were directly killed. The blood race's thirst for blood simply could not be described with words. They were a bunch of vampires. The blood pool was a whole ent. One tie, but it was artificially divided into 99 parts by some array formations. The centermost blood pool had the thickest B-L-O-O-D-Y aura. The effect was naturally the best too. Yi Yuan leaped straight into the centermost blood pool. When the people outside saw this scene, each and every one of them was incredibly envious. one person dominating the blood pool. This sort of thing had never happened before in Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. Too satisfying. Yi Yuan's body soaked in the blood pool. He immediately felt a bone-corroding pain coming from within his body. The blood seemed to be melting his entire body. Very soon, Yi Yuan discovered that every cell in his body seemed to be becoming active. His blood seemed to have obtained new life. That feeling was hard to describe in words. However, he could clearly feel that his bloodline power was advancing. What miraculous means? The blood in this blood pool isn't only useful to the blood race. It's greatly useful to humans and true spirits too, especially true spirit bloodline. After soaking in this blood, it's absolutely able to evolve. After experiencing the initial most pain, Yi Yuan felt as if he was going to ascend to immortality. The blood in his body was ignited very quickly. His blood underwent nirvanic rebirth over and over again under the scouring of the blood. With each rebirth, there would be a tiny trace of evolution. His bloodline power was currently evolving towards late-stage battle soul level. Not only that, Yi Yuan discovered that the blood water was actually able to nurture the Tao sword. One had to know that the Tao sword could only slowly become stronger after experiencing the baptism of Tao tribulation. Other than this, Yi Yuan did not have very good methods to nurture the Tao sword. But this blood race's blood pool actually had such a miraculous effect. Although the efficiency of this conversion was very low, it could indeed strengthen the Tao sword. After the Tao sword became stronger, did he not even need to transcend tribulations anymore? Why not give it a try? Too miraculous. I didn't expect that there's actually still such a formidable bloodline evolution method in this world. If the dragon race has this kind of method, we can absolutely give birth to a large batch of hegemon realm powerhouses. Even Mi Tian could not resist exclaiming with a sigh too, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Such a blood pool, no idea how many living things were ma. As sacred, using this kind of method to evolve the bloodline isn't advisable." Mi Tian said, awkwardly, "This old man is just saying it. Of course, I won't really go and do it. However, punk, you're coming off cheap." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Senior, pull a big play. Wonder if the blood race will feel heartache if I drain the blood in the blood pool. Also don't know whether this blood pool is enough for me to absorb or not." As he said, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His speed of absorbing the blood water suddenly became extremely fast. The blood in the blood pool was actually receding at a speed visible to the naked eye, the blood race geniuses. Each and every one of their eyes went wide. Are my eyes going blurry? Why do I feel like the blood essence source in the blood pool is receding? Your eyesight isn't failing. It's really receding. What on earth did that punk do? This is also too fake, right? Could it be that he wants to absorb all of the blood essence source in this pool? Isn't he afraid of stuffing himself until he dies? Blood essence source was the blood race's term of address for these blood water pools. Creating a blood essence source was not just drawing blood so simple. There needed to be a series of extremely complicated crafts involved. Therefore, the preciousness of this pool's blood essence source was simply unable to be measured using heavenly crystals. Why were 100 people permitted to cultivate in the blood pool each day? It was because the expenditure of 100 people could be made up for in time. But now, the blood essence source in this blood pool was actually receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. This showed that the speed of Yi Yuan's consumption alone was even faster than the consumption speed of 99 geniuses added up. Was this guy human? Furthermore, the energy contained in the blood essence source was already very powerful to a saint sovereign heaven. Absorbing for 10 days, no matter how genius you were, you would already be satiated too. But, Yi Yuan, aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself until you explode? Of course not. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless hole, devouring the blood essence source continuously. This several hundred feet deep blood pool had already receded by more than 10 feet in less than half a day. With this, the entire Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor city's upper echelons were all shocked. The blood pool was a strategic resource to the blood race. It could nurture countless powerhouses. Expending so much at once, how could the blood race not be shocked? Very soon, one blood race top powerhouse after another, swarming toward this side in succession. They had to make a decision. Was it to continue to let Yi Yuan absorb or immediately interrupt Yi Yuan's absorption? And right at this time, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through to grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, unknowingly. Chapter 2883, Not Even Letting You Guys Drink Soup. Chapter 2883, Not Even Letting You Guys Drink Soup. A blood envoy howled. Stop. We must stop it. The blood essence source in this blood pool is our ACCU, mulations of nearly 1,000 years. Can't let this brat alone deplete it. The consumption rate of the blood essence source made his flesh hurt. Even this city lord in front of them. The muscles on his face were twitching nonstop too. Although Saint Sovereign level blood essence source was relatively easy to obtain, this kind of consumption, he could not quite support it too. If this was finished absorbing, Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City would probably enter 100 years of vacuum period. Stop my asterisk, SS. City Lord, Your Excellency, Blood Azure is a bloodline genius that's hard to come across in 1,000,000 years. His bloodline power far surpa. SES those in the same rank. He can definitely step into Hegemon realm in the future. Compared to a Hegemon realm, what does a mere blood pool count for? I'll Fly naturally supported Yi Yuan fervently. Ho-hoo, is Hegemon realm so easy to break through? Even at our realms, it's far away and not in the foreseeable future, let alone talk about a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Blood Azure can kill 100 Sons candidates by himself at Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. His talent is absolutely one of a kind in our blood race. Blood Curse, are you jealous of the talented? Owlfly questioned. At this time, a group of Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses was arguing nonstop over a Yi Yuan. One side felt that Yi Yuan was extremely talented and that they should support him in absorbing the blood essence source. But the other side felt that investing the ACCU mulations of 1,000 years on a Saint Sovereign Heaven with a vague and uncertain future was not worth it. City Lord Yi Wugui was a genuine Hegemon realm. Even he was also hesitant at this time. As a Hegemon realm, no one was clearer than him about the difficulty of reaching the Hegemon realm. But it was also precisely because of this that if they could groom a Hegemon realm, no matter how much resources were thrown in, it was not overboard. Compared to a Hegemon realm, what did a mere blood pool count as? One had to know, for these few thousand years, even with the resources of 2 great continents, the blood race only gave birth to a single-digit number of Hegemon realms too. The talent that Yi Yuan exhibited had indeed moved him greatly. A blood envoy said anxiously, City Lord, Your Excellency, if we still don't make a decision, that brat will be draining the blood pool dry. A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yi Wugui's eyes, and he said in a solemn voice, Let him absorb. This city lord wants to see how much he can absorb. If he can really drain the blood pool, then, so what if let him drain it dry? Owlfly's gaze flashed, his face revealing a look of wild ecstasy. This time, wouldn't your father completely take advantage of you idiots? Blood Azure, you have to win credit for this seat. Yi Yuan naturally lived up to expectations. He was currently feeling refreshed to the extreme. Under the Tao tribulation, the growth of the Tao sword was too explosive. That was a pain like being lacerated. But the nurturing of this blood essence source was very gentle. The Tao sword grew bit by bit, becoming more powerful. His cultivation realm broke through to upper saint sovereign heaven smoothly, and actually did not trigger a Tao tribulation. And his bloodline power similarly made rather big improvements too. It was just a shame that after his bloodline power evolved to a certain extent, it basically did not grow anymore. This blood pool is half absorbed, and the upper echelons in the city haven't reacted yet. It looks like they have acknowledged me, this genius. However, this blood pool already doesn't have much effect on me. I heard that there's an even better Saint Sovereign level blood pool in the Blood G-O-D temple. Should I also suck that blood pool dry? Yi Yuan could not refrain from thinking. Blood G-O-D temple was the same as the Extreme Medicine Sect's Extreme Light Pavilion. It was where the legacy of the blood race lay. The blood pool, there was definitely a grade stronger than this one. Such a good thing. Yi Yuan was naturally moved by it. Although the effect was already not great, Yi Yuan was still absorbing the blood essence source crazily. He did not have to leave behind such a good thing for the blood race. Even if some was wasted on me, it's better than you guys using it. On the 10th day, this blood pool no longer had a drop of blood essence source anymore. What made everyone vomit blood was that the traces of blood essence source stained on the pool wall. Yi Yuan even sucked it clean like a licking dog. Freaking H-E-L-L, did you want face or not? You ate the meat and did not even let us drink soup. FF***CK me. Does this guy still want people to live or not? A few thousand years of ACCU mulation was sucked up by him in a few days. Yet, this guy still has an insatiable look. Your father really wants to tear him to shreds alive. The most aggravating thing is that we can't beat him. This guy is an out-and-out G-O-D of killing. The geniuses outside had completely broken down. Blood pool, this sort of good thing, who did not hanker after it. Yi Yuan was good, not even giving them a drop. Coming out of the blood pool and looking at the surrounding expressions like their mothers had died, Yi Yuan felt refreshed in his heart. Want to increase strength? Sure, go and cultivate bitterly. This kind of good stuff that saves effort, I'll kindly accept it. All surrounding here, for what? If you're unhappy about anything, you're welcome to find me to take revenge in the 100 Suns battle. I won't refuse any arrivals. Yi Yuan said with a radiant smile. I take revenge your *SS. You killed people without batting any eyelid. If my head freaking missing screws? To find you to take revenge? But not being able to take revenge was really very unpleasant. Fury rose straight to the clouds all around him. Everyone dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. This guy could beat 99 by himself when he was at Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Now, who else was his mate in Saint Sovereign Heaven? Even those few who did not make a move probably did not dare to make a move against him anymore as well, right? Ha ha ha. Little Blood Azure. Big Blood Azure, have broken through to Half-Step Emperor realm. How is it? Impressive, right? The true Sovereign 100 Suns battle this time. I'll definitely take first place. Yi Yuan heard Yang Qing's voice before he went out. Clearly, he had also reaped considerable benefits in these 10 days. During the past 10 days, he challenged 10 blood race powerhouses in a row. He firmly occupied the number 1 blood pool. In this blood pool, he gained a sudden epiphany too, and he actually reached Half-Step Emperor realm. This step was not easy to take. However, this blood pool was indeed formidable. But as soon as he came in, Yang Qing saw the empty blood pool. His entire person could not help being stupefied, and he said, is there no blood pool at your Saint Sovereign Heaven's side. Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. It got sucked dry by me. Sucked dry. Yang Qing's eye, almost popped out. Was this fellow still human? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the quality of this blood pool is a little poor. I think the blood D Temple's blood pool should be better. Bang! A series of tumbling sounds was heard from all around. Freaking did you still want people to live or not? Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up again and sighed with admiration as he said, You're amazing. Ha ha ha, the two of you really nice. Very nice. Right at this time, a loud laughter sounded out. Owlfly's figure directly landed. The current Owlfly was in high and vigorous spirits, feeling indescribably satisfied. With the big and little blood azures that he brought, he really regained all the face that he lost in these 1,000 years. Delightful, delightful. Yi Yuan gave him a glance lightly and said with a smile, lead the way then. Owlfly was taken aback and immediately said with a big laugh, okay, follow me. Chapter 2884, Chaos Bloodstone. Chapter 2884, Chaos Bloodstone. It was still Yang Qing's first time facing a hegemon realm powerhouse. He was somewhat lacking in confidence. Although Yi Yuan said that the blood imitation pill could hide from anyone's eyes and ears, he was still uncertain in his heart. After all, hegemon realms were virtually invincible existences. They had unimaginably queer divine abilities. But very soon, Yang Qing felt relieved. This hegemon realm powerhouse in front of them indeed could not tell as well. In reality, if a hegemon realm was really bent on examining them, he could still identify them. But who could have thought that two measly humans could actually impersonate the blood race and even run to the blood race's capital, becoming apex geniuses? This was a blind spot thinking. Hegemon realms were no exception either. With such a genius appearing, Yi Wugui was very happy. He already knew about Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance. One blood pool exchanging for a genius with potential for hegemon realm was well worth it. Seeing this seat, you don't seem to be afraid at all? Yi Wugui sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly. What's there to be afraid of? Sooner or later, I'll become one of you, Yi Yuan said coolly. A blood envoy of Lasting Wind continent immediately berated, insolent, ignorant fool, do you think that hegemon realm is so easy? Yi Yuan swept a glance at him and said coolly, if you can say something like this, it proves that you're getting further and further away from hegemon realm. You, impudent, the blood envoy said, furiously. Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot. Grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven and even origin powerhouses not being able to break through to hegemon realm, it was actually their confidence being worn down after failing to break through time after time. This hurdle was far too difficult. However, once confidence was shaken, one would really get further and further away from hegemon realm. Yi Wugui gave Yi Yuan a deep and meaningful glance, not expecting that he could actually say something like this. Producing emotions of fear towards hegemon realm, one could basically say goodbye to hegemon realm in this lifetime. Yi Wugui had long seen through. This blood envoy's realm had basically reached an end already. High enough. A dignified blood envoy. Where's the sense of propriety in arguing with a junior? Yi Wugui said in a solemn voice. The blood envoy's face immediately had nowhere to put. He, an exalted blood envoy, was actually reprimanded. Tahai was on the worst terms with Owlfly, so Yi Yuan's rise made him very displeased. Hence, he also targeted Owlfly time and again. It was just that he never expected that Yi Wugui actually reprimanded him because of a junior. It seemed like hegemon Wugui thought very highly of this boy. Owlfly was delighted to the extreme in his heart. I did not expect that your father would have a day where I could turn things around too. Yi Wugui could not be bothered to pay attention and said to Yi Yuan, Blood Azure, your talent shows disdain upon your peers. You're indeed a genius of my blood race that's hard to come across. However, you already have no opponents among your peers. The 100 Sun selection this time already doesn't have much significance to you. In addition, your bloodline power has already reached the limit of Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's very hard to improve it any further. Therefore, in the 100 Sun selection this time, you don't need to take part anymore. You also don't need to go to the Blood D Temple's blood pool anymore. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, How can that be? Not taking part. It's insufficient to convince the SES. Others will even think that this Saint Sovereign Heaven's number 1, is self-proclaimed. City Lord, Your Excellency, rest. Assured, my bloodline power still has room for improvement. So I have to go to this blood pool. This is the Blood D Temple's reward. City Lord, Your Excellency wouldn't strip me away of this bit of authority, right? What do you mean? Not letting me kill anymore? How can that be? There are still so many geniuses that haven't been killed. My goal is to kill off all of the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heaven geniuses. Also, how can I not go to the blood pool? If I don't drain the blood pool, how many powerhouses are you all going to groom again? These things are all mine. Yi Wugui similarly frowned and said, There's already not much meaning for you to take part in these. Yi Yuan said, unyieldingly, I feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement. If City Lord, Your Excellency, wants to deprive me, Yi Yuan wants to request the Blood D Temple to return Blood Azure justice. Yi Wugui felt a headache. Was this guy really not willing to let go of any benefits? He was a little afraid that this guy would also drain the blood pool there after going to the Blood D Temple. In the end, Yi Wugui said, helplessly, All right, if you want a partic, 1P8, that's up to you too. However, partic 1P, aiding in these indeed doesn't have much significance to you anymore. Finding you is just to tell you that the clan has already agreed to give you a month's time to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. In addition, the clan will devote resources to help you to break through to Hegemon Realm. The moment these words came out, apart from Yi Yuan, the other blood race upper echelons all trembled all over. This treatment was also too good. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said with palpitating excitement, Chaos Bloodstone? Yi Wugui said with a nod, Chaos Bloodstone, born from chaos. It's the source power of our blood race. Our blood race was born from the Chaos Bloodstone. As long as you comprehend a trace, it will be sufficient for you to benefit for life. Yi Yuan's breathing also became ragged. If I were to destroy this Chaos Bloodstone, would the blood race collapse on its own without being attacked? He knew that this monstrous performance had already attracted great attention from the blood race. The blood race had started to spare no effort to groom him. Looking at the expressions of the other blood envoys, he knew just how hard this opportunity to comprehend was to come by. This trip was indeed not in vain. He had already come into contact with some of the blood race's major secrets. Yi Yuan said excitedly, Many thanks, City Lord, Your Excellency, for the great favor. After Blood Azur's cultivation has achieved success, I'll go to the front lines and kill off the human race and drink their blood. Yi Wugui said with a smile, Very good. This is what men of my blood race should be like. The news of Yi Yuan's ascension spread like wildfire. There were cheers in Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. This D of killing was finally not taking part in the 100 Sun selection anymore. Even those top geniuses also let out a long sigh in relief. These geniuses were all extremely proud and extremely confident, but facing a freak who could suck the blood pool dry, they could only let out a long sigh. Blood Dasher was destined to be the name that suppressed an era. Excellent. That fiend finally doesn't need to partic. 1 P8 anymore. Thank G.O.D. If I were to run into him, I reckon that I won't even have the chance to concede defeat. Thank G.O.D. Thank you, Lord W. A.N.G.'s-wa. You really did a great thing. Many people wept agitatedly. Half a month later, the 100 Suns battle was held as scheduled. When Yi Yuan walked into the contestant area, everyone burst into an uproar. Didn't they say that this G.O.D. of killing went to the Blood G.O.D. temple? Why is he still taking part in the 100 Suns selection? At hashtag dollar, asterisk 1%, mother of asterisk cur, isn't this bullying people? You're already not on the same plane as us. I forfeit. Your father won't take part anymore. All right. Yi Yuan's appearance cast a shadow over the entire 100 Suns selection. Those geniuses felt that the sky had turned dark. H-E-L, lo, everyone. We meet again. Yi Yuan greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone wished to go up and tear him to shreds. But nobody dared to do anything. Chapter 2885, The Peerless Genius That Slowly Rose. Chapter 2885, The Peerless Genius That Slowly Rose. Bang! The complexions of the contestants turned deathly pale. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, were filled with fear and indignation. On the stage, the opponent was gone before he had time to admit defeat. Yi Yuan already became the nightmare of all the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns. Whoever encountered him had simply encountered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. At another arena match, 200 Suns contestants fought until they already had completely no strength in the end, fighting like mortals. I beg you, concede defeat. I won't concede even if I lose. I give up on this. I'll be able to avoid that demon if I beat you. Since that's the case, irreconcilable till death then. Irreconcilable till death. At another arena match, 200 Suns contestants spoke in unison. I concede. Judge, I admitted defeat first. Uttering nonsense. I was clearly the first to concede defeat. In the end, the two started fighting. Between these two, whoever won had to encounter Yi Yuan. The entire 100 Suns selection, all the fights related to Yi Yuan had already become a hot mess. The judges wished to tear Yi Yuan to shreds alive. This guy was purely here to cause trouble. In this match, Yi Yuan's opponent was Bloodage, who was once called the #1 person. These two strongest men finally matched up. This battle also attracted the attention of countless people, including Yi Wugui. Bloodage's strength was extremely strong. He could be said to be the well-deserved #1. But now, Yi Yuan was already the uncrowned king. Whoever encountered him would be frightened. It was not because he was strong, but it was because he killed people on sight. Yi Yuan looked at Bloodage opposite and said with a smile, "Everyone says that you're this period's 100 Suns #1. You wouldn't be the same as them, admitting defeat when you see me, right?" Bloodage looked at Yi Yuan and did not speak. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "If even you admit defeat too, that's also too boring." Swuz. H. Plus, all of a sudden, Yi Yuan actually arrived right in front of Bloodage with an instantaneous movement. The speed was inconceivably swift. Yi Yuan knew that this Bloodage was very strong. He could not give him time to react. I concede. However, Yi Yuan's figure had just moved, and Bloodage blurted it out without the slightest hesitation. He directly admitted defeat very straightforwardly. This punch of Yi Yuan's could not be sent out anymore. After admitting defeat, killing was not allowed. Who's? H. Plus a series of exclamations came from all around. Bloodage actually admitted defeat. Too amazing. He's the first to concede defeat under Bloodazer's hands. Yeah, well deserving of being the former number one. His strength is simply too strong to actually have time to admit defeat. What they were amazed by was not that Bloodage actually admitted defeat, but it was that Bloodage actually succeeded in admitting defeat. Yi Wugui was dumbfounded. What the freaking H-E-L is this? My blood race had unparalleled combat power and never feared death. Today, honor was actually felt for being able to admit defeat. Did you people still have any backbone, or not? Also, this Bloodage, can't you freaking concede after exchanging 2 moves? Was there a need to be so straightforward? Although Yi Yuan was strong, you are not weak either. Don't even dare to attempt it. Got to say, Bloodage's fighting power was absolutely formidable. Before Yi Yuan's sudden emergence, his first place was practically locked in already. If they were to really fight, he might not be Yi Yuan's match, but it was also not to the extent of being the same as the others being blown up at once. However, it was such a genius who did not even have the courage to make a move against Yi Yuan. Enough, Blood Azure. You've already defeated Bloodage and proved your strength. This seat orders you to immediately withdraw from the 100 Suns selection. Yi Wugui's furious voice came from above the sky. At this rate, the entire 100 Suns selection would become a farce. Yi Wugui's angry yell also shocked everyone immensely. Even a hegemon realm powerhouse was enraged. Did you not have any freaking clue in your heart? Yi Yuan looked above the sky and said with a helpless look, "Then, can I still enter the blood pool if I withdraw now?" Uffed. Everyone seemed to have heard the sound of Yi Wugui's vomiting blood. Yes. Yi Wugui's voice was filled with anger. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "Fine, then I'll withdraw." Sigh, not a single one who can fight. How boring. Pooh, pooh, pooh. A series of blood-puking sounds came from all around. Not that no one could fight. It was that you were too vicious. You freaking took people's lives the moment you came up. Who dared to fight with you? Yi Yuan also felt quite helpless about this result. He originally wanted to kill some more, but in this kind of tournament, the opponents that could be killed were truly limited. Killing match by match was too troublesome. He also just took it as sing the time. However, Yi Yuan was still rather regretful for not being able to kill Bloodage. He knew that this Bloodage was very strong. Before him, he was reputed to be a genius with extremely high hopes of stepping into the hegemon realm. This kind of praise was not many, even in the blood race with powerhouses plentiful as clouds. Finally, Yi Yuan still withdrew from this boring fight. Then the Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City decided that the Battle of Saint Sovereign 100 Suns would be redone. Being bored out of his mind, Yi Yuan went to watch the true Sovereign 100 Suns' final battle. Yang Qing was still as coquettish as ever. He was powerful and still liked to act coquettish, the aggro points maxing out. He broke through to Half-Step Emperor Realm 2. His current strength was really like the noonday sun. His opponent's death rate was also extremely high. However, Yang Qing was ultimately not Yi Yuan. It was impossible to kill among his peers until they felt terrified. After the selection reached the final stage, Yang Qing also encountered his match. Reaching this level, even Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admit that the blood race's 100 Suns battle was really strong. Especially the top 100 Suns. Their strength was simply strong until it made people's hair stand on end. The blood race was indeed able to give birth to a large batch of powerhouses using this kind of cruel selection method. Furthermore, the 100 Sons battle took place every 10 years. The speed of giving birth to powerhouses was also very fast. 10 years were merely a snap of a finger to these heavenly stratum powerhouses. In the end, Yangqing also suffered a cruce, plussing defeat, only attaining 9th place. There were actually still 8 people whose strength was higher than Yangqing's in true sovereign heaven realm. Actually, with the battle achievement of 9th place, Yangqing could already be sufficiently proud. After all, the blood race's true sovereign heavens could be calculated in the hundreds of millions. It was just that when he knew about the battle situation on the Saint Sovereign Heaven's side, he really could not show off. *CK, this is too demoralizing. Yi Yuan, this fellow, is always feeding me *T. He exerted all of his strength and only took 9th place. This guy was good, directly killing until others were fighting to concede. Even the 1st place Bloodage did not dare to confront Yi Yuan head-on. Humph. One day, this genius is going to Serpa. SU in posturing. The curtains fell on the 100 Sons battle. The new Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were also screamed through. However, Yi Yuan did not enter the ranks of the 100 Sons. This guy, whatever Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, could no longer highlight his status anymore. A dazzling genius slowly rose in the blood race. Yi Yuan's appearance caused a huge reverberation in the blood race. His performance was too monstrous. It was really summing when not making a sound, but making one's mark at the first shot. The powerhouses who advanced to Hegemon realm in the recent few thousand years, even the performance of the strongest one back then, could not match up to 1/10,000th of Yi Yuan's two. Therefore, the blood race powerhouses were all extremely excited. They could already feel that before long, a new Hegemon realm powerhouse would be born. Chapter 2886, Heavy Grooming. Chapter 2886, Heavy Grooming. This little Blood Azure absolutely has the look of a Hegemon. Big Blood Azure also has very high hopes of reaching Hegemon realm. I heard that the clan has already let little Blood Azure go and comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. It means that the Blood D Temple is also very optimistic about him. Indeed, that boy is too monstrous. After he breaks through to Hegemon realm, the absolute heaven barrier will surely be breached. 2 people having the same name, Blood Azure, amazed the world with their brilliant feats, shocking the blood race. This matter became a legend. Hence, everyone called the higher cultivation realm Yangqing as Big Blood Azure, and the lower cultivation realm Yi Yuan as Little Blood Azure. The appearance of 2 great Hegemon candidates made the blood race boil over with excitement. Yangqing was good. The blood race's powerhouses had already boasted Yi Yuan to the heavens. Actually, the Heaven One Alliance was grooming Hegemon realm powerhouses. How was the blood race not nurturing Hegemon realm powerhouses too? As long as there were sufficient Hegemon realms, the absolute heaven barrier would no longer be a problem. This was the fundamental way. As for South Qi Giant City, that level of battle, it was actually merely a petty brawl. The blood race would not care about a few people dying, but they cared a lot about geniuses with the potential to step into Hegemon realm, selecting the 100 Sons, forming a powerful compet. One Tive mechanism in the clan, all these were in order to give birth to even more Hegemon realms. At this time, within the blood D Temple, it was a flurries. Plussing scene 2. Congratulations, Zwa. Congratulations, Zwa. Our blood race has gained another genius. This little Bloodazer's light simply can't be concealed at all. with his bloodline strength, stepping into hegemon realm is virtually a sure bet. This guy is absolutely a character who'll suppress an era. Our blood race is mighty. Such a genius roaring into existence. Our blood race isn't far from unifying all the heavens. In the blood G.O.D. temple, many Emperor Realm powerhouses were extremely excited. Yi Yuan's appearance was absolutely a figure who would suppress an era. This kind of character was not frequently seen. Even Lord W. A. and Jizwa did not count as suppressing an era too. Before Lord W. A. and Jizwa grew up, he still had many compet. 1 tours. Although those compet 1 tours were Serpa S. said by him in the end to say that he was invincible in the world, it was not counted. If one had to say, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's final palace master was more apt. Yi Yuan was such a genius. This kind of figure appearing, it was naturally a sign of victory for the blood race. Everyone was naturally happy too. Ho-hoo, I'll fly. You've done pretty well this time. Later, you can go and comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone for 10 days too. Lord W. A. and G's was said with a laugh. Owlfly could not help being wildly elated when he heard it. Chaos Bloodstone. That was his long-cherished goal. Today, he was finally getting his Wisconsin H. Plus, hopefully, after comprehending the Chaos Bloodstone, he would be able to find the opportunity to break through the hegemon realm and soar to the heavens with 1 bound. At that time, wouldn't the few of you trash still have to grovel at this seat's feet? Many thanks, Lord W. A. N. Jizwa. Owlfly said with wild ecstasy. W. A. N. Jizwa nodded his head. And to Yi Wugui, Bloodazur's matter will be left to you. You have to ensure his safety, but don't let him become a flower in a greenhouse. Understood? Yi Wugui nodded his head and said, Lord W. A. and Jizwa rest A.S. assured. Wugui understood what should be done. With regards to Yi Yuan's grooming, the blood G.O.D. temple had already made arrangements, allowing him to be, and at the same time give him adequate resource guarantee. What could be given to him, Lord W. A. and Jizwa absolutely would not be stingy. Hence, that was how Yi Yuan obtained the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. One had to know Owlfly, this grand completion Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse, was only given 10 days. It could be seen how valuable the chance to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone was. But Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, W. A. and Jizwa gave him a month. It was just that W. A. and Jizwa never dreamed that the genius he was exerting all his effort to nurture was precisely the Yi Yuan that he hated to the core. The current Yi Yuan was extremely delighted. The blood race's hidden stash really broadened people's horizons. All kinds of natural treasures appeared in a dazzling array in the blood G.O.D. temple's warehouse, making Yi Yuan's eyes blur. Among them, there were many items that were the specialty products of the other 2 continents. They could not be found on Heaven 1 continent at all. Yi Yuan had only seen these things in the 100 Herbs Ilyu's Trothead Handbook before. But there were many here. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly keeping these precious heavenly medicines. By the side, the guard's face was twitching. This guy was really not courteous, specifically picking the good stuff to take. But thinking about it, he felt at ease too. If they could give birth to a hegemon realm that suppressed the contemporary era, what did these natural treasures count for? Relax. After I break through to hegemon realm, I'll lead the blood race to roam the myriad worlds unobstructed. At that time, you'll turn your nose up at these lousy things. Yi Yuan said to the guard. The guard smiled and said, Ho-ho, then this seat is really looking forward to the arrival of that day. The strength of the Treasure Depository Pavilion's guard was naturally not ordinary. This one in front of him was an Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouse. After collecting a whole bunch of heavenly medicines, Yi Yuan took an astronomical figure of heavenly crystals. Then he went to the blood pool. The blood D Temple's blood pool was much smaller, but Yi Yuan could feel that its effect was more than 10 times stronger than Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor cities. How blessed! The moment Yi Yuan entered the blood pool, the 100 Suns went completely crazy. The energy in their blood pool was currently being plundered by Yi Yuan crazily. Their eyes turned green. F*** King H. E.L.L. Do you still want people to live or not? F*** CK. The benefits all got seized by you. Are you finished yet? Your father narrowly escaped death before obtaining the 100 Suns spot, and only obtained the chance to enter the blood pool after going through all kinds of hards. I plus PS and difficulties. I beg you, save some of us. Sound of cursing words echoed in the blood pool, but Yi Yuan did not care that much at all. He just plundered crazily. Nurturing the Dao sword required massive amounts of blood essence source, and the blood D Temple's blood pool was purer and more refined. Yi Yuan's Dao sword was currently rapidly growing toward peak Saint Sovereign Heaven. Finally, Yi Yuan's Dao sword was saturated and seriously could not absorb any more. The next time, Yi Yuan was going to make preparations to break through to true Sovereign Heaven, and the blood D Temple's blood pool was already drained by Yi Yuan. Everyone's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with hatred. This guy was simply walking other people's path, leaving others with nowhere to walk. Breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven, this was a huge hurdle. Yi Yuan needed to be prudent too. Although he currently had the power of blessing augmenting himself, it did not mean that he could ignore the Tao tribulation. Currently, he was using the blood imitation pill to conceal his body's aura, hiding from the probing of heavenly Tao. But once he recovered his human ident, it would immediately call down Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this time, it would definitely come together with the upper Saint Sovereign Heaven one. That power would be no trifling matter. Hence, Yi Yuan was currently suppressing his realm and not planning to break through. At present, Yi Yuan still had an even more important thing to do. That was to go and experience this Chaos Bloodstone. This thing was the blood race's mother stone. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Perhaps he could find the secrets of the blood race from it. Under Yi Wugui's lead, Yi Yuan entered a void SPAC. Upon entering the SPAC, Yi Yuan seemed to have had his acupoints. HIT by someone freezing in stupefaction.